Let me just invite a few folks in and then we'll get started. Let me just invite a few folks. Alrighty. Kevin, Patty. Good evening, everyone. Welcome in. I'm just inviting a few folks and then I will be with you. Alrighty. How is everyone doing? Hello, Claire. Okay. Hi, Warrior. Hi, Claire. Hi, Danielle. How are you? How's everyone doing? Welcome to tonight's meditation live. We're just waiting on more people joining, and then we'll get started. Tonight's meditation is an interesting one, folks. How many of us have had past traumas, past haters, I guess? Maybe they've been through some sort of abuse. Maybe they've been through bullying. Maybe they're holding on to the past and they wish they would let it go. Sound familiar to some? This meditation may very well just help you to release all of that. Hello everyone. Welcome in. How's everyone's Friday going? Mine has been super busy. It has been super busy. I'm making changes in my spiritual business over this weekend, and it has kept me extremely busy. Hello, Joe. There's our Jody. There's our Jody. Thank you for the likes. How are you, Jody? So yeah, if you have had trauma, let me just sort my camera out here. What's going on here? If you've had any past trauma, if you've had any past stress, any past worries, and you're just holding on to that, this meditation can help with that big time. Hi, Michelle. Nice to pop in. How are you doing? Hello, Mischief. How are you doing? We're doing meditation tonight. So if you fancy a meditation and you just want to chill out, you're in the right place. I'm good. I've been extremely busy. I've been making changes to my spiritual groups, as you all have seen on Facebook. I used to have 2 groups. I'm now cutting it down to 1 group and 1 business page. But the group is going to be a community group, and it's for both my Facebook and my TikTok supporters. So I'm going to combine both into that community group, and that community group has also got a chat room as well. So when you're a part of that community group, you can connect to me through the chat room. You can connect to other members through the chat room. We're basically just building a lovely spiritual community of spiritual, like-minded people that we can help along the journey. A lot of my Kundalini Reiki clients will be in there. My Kundalini master Michelle is in there. Our Gemma, who can't be with us tonight, she's out tonight, will be in there. Hi Shaz. Good evening. Hi, Cindy Lou. So it's a nice little community group over on Facebook. The community Facebook group is called the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group, for anyone that wants to join that. Hi, Nikki Giggles. I love that name. What a positive name that is. Laughter is such a positive emotion. I love your name, Nikki. Hello, Hearts and Craft. Love that name as well. Some new faces in tonight. Hello and welcome, everyone. For those that don't know me, I am Lady M. If you see me getting up and close and personal to the screen, I am registered blind. I only have like 5% vision. But that doesn't stop me from doing my spiritual work as a reader, medium, and I also do guided meditations. Hence why we're having a guided meditation tonight. Hello, Deborah Lewis. Welcome in. Hello, Jessica. Hello, Katie. Everybody's coming in tonight. Must be Friday. Now, for those that are waiting for my Friday follow list, I will be doing my Friday follow list after tonight's live. It's just been a busy day today with bookings, because today was our last day of my Kundalini and readings offers. So we're back to full price for the Kundalini readings and Kundalini Reiki and the readings as from sort of now, because obviously I'm not doing any more bookings tonight, and the offers end at 12 midnight tonight. Hello, Joanne. Hello, Sir Reddick. Hello, Minx. So many people joining. Hi, Diane. How are you? Always good to see you, Diane. Always good to see you. I hope you're doing well, hon. It's a meditation night tonight, Diane. So guaranteed, half of my followers will be falling asleep during the meditation. The last time I did a live meditation, I think 7 people went into the meditation and only 1 came back. The rest of them had fell asleep till the morning, I think. Just goes to show how powerful the meditations are. But it's always nice to see you, Diane. I know, right, Jodie? I hope you've not got anything planned in the morning, Jodie. Because if you have, it might be worthwhile cancelling it just now. Honestly, do you know, our Gemma's the worst for it. Gemma that usually joins us in the box, she is the worst for meditations. I've got one meditation on my profile, actually, part 1 and part 2, which is in the pinned posts. And when I first put that on, Gemma went, oh my gosh. She says, you know what I'm going to be doing now, don't you? I'm going to be on your profile like first thing in the morning, last thing at night, and I'm going to be like sleeping for a week doing these meditations. Oh, thank you, Arlene. Hi, Natalie. Thank you for the follow, hun. Let me just follow you back. Thank you. Do you know what? It's when you're working with Kundalini energy, it's kind of like the Kundalini awakening. And when you're looking after yourself, because you're a healer, and you're looking after your skin, it's the skincare that I use as well. I use Korean skincare. So at 60, I'm not looking too bad for 60. Still have a few fine lines and wrinkles, don't get me wrong. But if you take care of your skin and your body and your skin will take care of you. So I teach all of that in my community group as well on Facebook. But thank you. So, how many people here have done my meditations before, and how many people haven't meditated at all, and how many people have meditated but they're not good at it, or they find that they can't shut off, right? Because there's a lot of people that do meditations, especially if you do YouTube meditations, and you try them to try and get to sleep and your mind just races regardless. Chances are you're not doing the right meditation technique. I always teach a meditation technique that can help you get the best of your meditation. So before the meditation, we tense every single muscle in our body and then we relax it. And you will be surprised at how unrelaxed your body was before you did this exercise. Oh, Natalie's tried but can't shut off. Definitely have to try this one then. Chances are a lot of the time that you can't shut off is because you go on to a guided meditation straight off the bat and you're sitting there and you're closing your eyes and you're trying to listen to the guided meditation. And then you start thinking of everything else but the meditation, right? What's for dinner tomorrow? What have I got to do tomorrow? What appointments have I got, right? And you just can't shut off. Plus, a lot of us carry stress in our body and we don't even know we're doing it. We honestly don't know we're doing it. That's why in my guided meditation, we always start with a exercise that tenses every single muscle in your body and then relaxes it. That exercise helps to relax the body. Hi, Paul. Is every fourth video, please help? Yeah, I don't think so. We don't have charlatans in here. Alrighty. Let's see. All right. Alrighty, let's see. There we are. Hi, Mushy. How are you? Hi, Andrea. Thank you for the heart me. Hi, Bunny. Oh my goodness me. All my followers coming in. Lovely to see so many people. Jodie hasn't done the meditation yet. I am good as well, Mushy. Always good to see you in, Mushy. We know it's not going to be a quiet night when Mushy's in. Oh, bless. So, yeah, when we are doing the meditation, I will turn comments off, folks, just so that everybody gets to do the meditation in peace. Oh, thank you. Do you know what, Bunny? I love you too. Oh, bless. Edinburgh's lovely. We've been to London as well. Sounds exciting, though. Do you know what I love singing? I'm going to be bringing karaoke to my lives next week. So I don't know how many singers we have here, but if you love singing and karaoke, then as much as I do, then come along, let's party together. Oh, love it. Yeah, I knew Michelle would love. Oh, Bunny, I love that you're a singer. I've been singing since I was young. Love it. I sing every. Do you know what? When I'm doing my housework, I'm singing. Um, I love my drums. I also play a few instruments as well. But yeah, I love my Celtic drums. I love my Native American drums. I do some drumming, do some singing and chanting. I just love it. Yay, Bunny's up for that. Well, I'm thinking about doing a music night on a Saturday evening. So that's going to be in my new schedule, which I'm will be doing over the weekend. If anyone's on Facebook, I have a new community group on Facebook for any of my followers here on TikTok. It combines my Facebook followers and my TikTok followers into one group. And all my lives, including this one, get posted in that group. So if any of my followers miss a live, they can go into that group and see the live. We have a community chat room in there as well. Oh, thank you, Mushy. Oh, do you know what? I love everybody. Thank you, whoever sent the gift. It's more than likely Mushy and stuff. The community group is the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group. It's over on Facebook. I am working my way to 1K followers so that I can actually get my website on TikTok because it's all in my website. But if you go to the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Facebook page, my website is actually at the top of that page. And if you click my website, scroll to the left, and all my social media links, including my community group, are in there as well. So you'll find it in there. Fern, thank you for the heart, me. Thank you so much. Good night, Diane. Love and bright blessings, honey. Thank you for joining me tonight. Always good to see you. Okay, so tonight is meditation night. I am going to be using my little sand lamp just to add a little bit of atmosphere to the live meditation when we're doing the live meditation. So as I was saying, we're going to do an exercise beforehand where you're going to be tensing every muscle in your body and then releasing. And you'll be surprised that how you feel before doing that exercise and how you feel after. It actually makes you realize that you've been going around with stress on your shoulders and you don't even know it. And that's one of the biggest reasons many people can't meditate. And it's been proven time and time again in my live sessions when I do meditations that this exercise is vital for those that find it difficult to meditate, to do that exercise before any meditation and then go straight into your meditation. The exercise, when you tense every muscle, if your body's already stressed, tensing the muscle kind of takes out the knots of that stress, right? Because you're tensing the muscle, you're putting the muscles under a little bit of tension. And that tension is going to basically interact with the tension of stress that you're holding in your body. And then when you relax all of those muscles, it takes the knots and the tension away. That leaves you totally relaxed for the meditation. Then we go straight into the meditation. Where most people fail on a guided meditation is when they listen to the voice of the person that's doing the guided meditation. Right? It's like listening to a storyteller, right? You want to know what happens in the next bit of the story and what happens in the last bit of the story. But when you're doing that, it gives your mind the chance to sort of half listen to the story and half go into daydream and half of each. And that's when you can't shut off. However, what I teach is that when you're doing the meditation after doing the relaxation, is you're only concentrating on one thing, and that's not my voice. You're concentrating on your breath. And a lot of us shallow breathe. We just take our breath from here to here. That's the incorrect way of breathing, believe it or not. When you think about it, if you're only pulling your breath to here, you're not filling your lungs with oxygen. Right? So, during the meditation, we'll be taking the breath in through the nose, following that breath right down to your lungs. So, pulling that breath right down to your lungs, and your diaphragm should be blowing out like a balloon. If you put your hands underneath your rib cage, and when you breathe in, your rib cage should be coming out, not in the way, right? So you're going to take a deep breath, fill in the lungs and hold in, and then you're going to pull your tummy and your ribs into the back, and you're going to blow out through the mouth. Very slow, calculated breaths. So 3 breaths in and out. 3 breaths in and out. And that's all you're doing is counting. 3 breaths in, 3 breaths out. I'll be continuing my speech for the guided meditation, but it's not important to listen to my voice, because my voice will guide you into the meditation anyway, in the background. All you're concentrating on is breathing in through the nose for 3, out through the mouth for 3. If you find during the meditation that you lose count, just bring yourself right back to 3 breaths in, 3 breaths out. What that does, the human brain can't multitask when it's trying to concentrate on counting breath and listen to my voice at the same time. It can't do it. So it's concentrating on 3 counts in, 3 counts out. That lulls you into the subconscious brain and lulls you into meditation. Totally relaxes you. Hello, Joe Cowie. Is it Joe Cowie? Hello, Joe Cowie. Welcome in. Hi, Jess. Welcome in. So that's what we'll be doing. Now, when you are tensing every muscle in your body, for example, if you get to the fists and we're clenching a fist, if at any point you get pain, because some people have arthritis, right? If at any point when you're clenching fists you get pain, just release the tension a little bit. Still hold the tension, but not as tight, right? The aim of the exercise is to tense the muscles, not pain them. You're just adding tension, but not pain, if that makes sense. And it's the same with all the other muscles, your legs, your feet, etc. Oh, your live is not eligible for recommendation. Oh. Right, we'll just ignore that. Not now. Okay. All right. So, can everybody hear me? We always get a fake violation or whatever. Somebody keeps sending fake violations in. Sad, really. But I already know that they are fake. Alrighty. So who's all ready for meditation then? Throw up the red hearts if you are ready to meditate. Now, during this meditation, you'll be guided into a place where you're going to see 2 doors. And next to the 2 doors, there will be 2 tables. And on the table, there will be a key. And the keys will correspond to the different coloured doors. So one door may be red, so there'll be a red key. One door may be yellow, so there'll be a yellow key. Thank you for the gifts. Yay, we're all ready. So, in fact, we're having 3 doors tonight. All right, so you've got 3 doors. So there'll be 3 doors, 3 different colours, 3 keys. Now, here's the clincher. Each door has a room inside it. Now, that room could be your past. It could be your present. Or it could even be your future. Right? This is where your spirit guides will show you what's in the door. Now, you can explore all the doors. So we'll be going into door 1, 2, and 3. And you'll be looking around inside that door. If that door feels uncomfortable, then you have the choice to lock it. If it feels safe, you have the choice to keep it open. But, again, there's a but. You can lock 2 doors and leave one open. The 2 doors that you choose to lock will lock that part of your past or your present for good. This is a good meditation if somebody's been carrying trauma that they can't release. So they may see that trauma in one of the doors and think, oh, hell no, I'm not doing that. Right? That might be one of the doors that they lock. It could be arguments, it could be a loss or a grief. You maybe have a lot of grief or bullying or whatever. That might be in another door. Again, that gives you the option to lock that door, to shut it. And you can't get the key back once it's locked, because as soon as you decide to lock 2 of the 3 doors, the key disappears. The door that you leave open is the door that's going to guide you to a positive future. So choose carefully and wisely when you go through these doors. I have done this meditation before for my Reiki Master's students. She invited me into her class and asked me if I could do a meditation where they could choose past life doors to release trauma. And the benefit that her students got from this meditation was mind-blowing. So I've decided to bring it into tonight's meditation. So as I said, the comments will be turned off until after the meditation. And then once the meditation is finished, I will turn the comments back on. I'm also going to dim the lights, and you will also see my sand lamp, just to ease you into a nice relaxing atmosphere. Best results for doing this meditation, if you want to wear headphones, you can, so that you're blocking out any external sounds. Closing your eyes and just concentrating on those breaths. That is going to lead you into the meditation. That's your best one. Make sure your phone's notifications and things are set off. Nothing worse then you're in a deep meditation and somebody phones you or messages you, and it's enough to bring you out of meditation. And if you fall asleep, do not ever think that your meditation has failed. Because a lot of people say, oh, Lady M, I fell asleep during your meditation. I must have done it wrong. No, you didn't. You did it absolutely right. But your meditation felt it was more important that your body got sleep because your body's over exhausted than going and opening the doors or locking the doors with the keys. This is where my community group comes into its own, because the day after I do my lives, I always download the live and put them into my community group, so that anybody that does fall asleep during the meditation and thinks, I wanted to see what was in the door and I never got a chance to, well, you can go into the community group and watch it back anytime you want. All right, so that's on Facebook. The link to the community group is on my website. The website is on my Facebook page, which is the Old Soul Spiritual Healer. It has the same name as my TikTok. Alrighty, so without further ado, let me turn the comments off, folks, and then turn the lights down low. And then we are going to do the relaxation and tensing exercise and straight into the meditation. And I will see you on the other side, obviously. So let me just go to my comments. Hi, Jenny. And turn the comments off, and then we can start the meditation. Where's my settings? There they are. Okay, comment settings. Okay, so we're turning off the comments, folks, but they will go back on after the meditation. All right, let me just go and put my light down low. Okay, now I'm also going to flick my camera and we can then get the lamp for a little bit of a background. There we are, flip camera, there we are. Let me get my little, there we are. Let's get my little sand lamp. There. Let me just get it to change colour. Let me just get it to change colours. Has a colour changing option. Is it this one? Hopefully it is. Yep, it's this one. Okay, so I'm just going to turn the sand around. Alrighty, so now that we've got that, find a place where you can get nice and comfortable. Now that could be sitting on a chair, nice comfy chair, or you can sit or lie on a bed. Find a place where you're going to be comfortable but not uncomfortable, so that you're not moving around during the meditation and it's going to pull you out of that meditation. All right. So if you're sitting down on the chair, have both feet firmly on the floor and your back resting against a chair, and hands just relax by your side or on your knees. If you are lying down, then you're just going to be lying down with everything relaxed. All right. So we're going to tense every muscle in the body. We're going to start with our eyes. We're going to clench your eyes really tight. Close them really, really tight. Really squeeze those eyes tight and feel that tension. Moving down to the jaw. We're going to tighten the jaw by gritting the teeth. Or You can open your mouth wide, place your tongue on the top of your mouth or the roof of your mouth, and feel your jaw tighten, whichever feels comfortable. Remember to breathe throughout this exercise, even if it's shallow breathing when you are holding in your tummy, etc. This is the part of the exercise you don't need to deep breathe. Just shallow breathing will be fine. So your eyes and your jaw are nice and tight. You're going to take your shoulder blades. I'm going to pull your shoulders and arms up to your ears. Squeeze those arms up to the ears. And your jaw down to your neck, tightening that jaw. The arms, pull the arms into the side. The shoulders are touching the ears. Again, if it's painful, just release that tension slightly to remain tense, but not so tense that you're going to be in pain. We're going to clench our fists. We're going to pull our tummy into the spine, holding that tight. Remember to breathe. We're going to clench your buttocks, squeeze those buttocks together, squeeze the thighs together, the knees, the calves, the ankles, the feet. If you're sitting on the chair, push your feet into the ground. If you're lying down, point the toes to the mattress. And then clench your toes underneath you. So roll your toes underneath. Hold everything tense. From the head to toe, feel that tension throughout the whole body. Every muscle tense. Remember to breathe. Now we're going to slowly uncurl the toes. Relax the feet, the ankles, the calves, the knees, the thighs. Just let the legs just go wherever they want. Relax the buttocks. Just let the stomach and the lungs just go. Release the chest. Take a deep breath in and out. In and out. Unclench the fists, the hands, the arms. Wiggle the fingers, the arms. Loosen those arms. Pull the shoulders down. Lift the neck. Release the jaw. Relax the eyes. Feel that release of tension throughout the whole body. Whole body calm and relaxed. Now we're going to take our shoulders up to the ears and back and down and forward again. Up to the ears and back and down and forward. One more time. Up to the ears and back and down and forward. Now we're going to go backwards. We're going to go forward, down, back and up. Forward, down, back and up. One more time. Forward, down, back and up. And just shake those hands and arms out. Now we're going to take a deep breath in through the nose. For 1, 2, 3, and out through the mouth. 1, 2, 3. And again, in through the nose. Pulling that breath down to the lungs. And out for 1, 2, 3. We're going to do a few more breaths, and that's going to take us into deep meditation. And at some point, I'm going to ask you to just continue to count 3 breaths in and 3 breaths out. Don't concentrate on my voice, just 3 breaths in and 3 breaths out. This is going to take you deeper into meditation. So let's begin with our first breath. Take a deep breath in, pull it right down to the lungs. Fill those lungs with air, then pull the tummy in. Take a deep breath out, squeeze all that air out through the mouth. And that's the breath we're going to keep. So again, deep breath in for 1, 2, 3, and out for 1, 2, 3. Again in for 1, 2, 3, and out for 1, 2, 3. In 1, 2, 3, and out for 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. In 1, 2, 3. Out 1, 2, 3. In 1, 2, 3. Out. Continue counting in your mind. 1, 2, 3 in, and 1, 2, 3 out. Concentrate only on each breath in and each breath out. As you do so, you might find my voice fades away and your mind goes deeper and deeper into meditation. With each breath in, you start to relax body and mind. With every breath in, we go deeper and deeper into the subconscious. The subconscious mind, the spiritual mind, that peaceful place. Know that you are safe in this peaceful place. Nothing can harm you here. All is well. You relax and look around you. You see the door to your room and you walk towards that door. When you reach your door, when you're ready, open that door, and that door leads to a beautiful marble hallway. That marble hall has a red, lush carpet. Feel the warmth of that red, lush carpet as you walk down this long corridor. The walls have crystal lamps lighting your way. As you reach the end of this beautiful marble corridor, there is a marble stairway just in front of you with 10 beautiful marble stairs. These marble stairs are going to lead you down into meditation, where you will find 3 beautiful doors with their keys. With your next breath in, take a step down as we count the steps from 10 to 1. 10, 9, going down, 8, 7, 6, going further down into meditation, 5, halfway there. You look up and no longer see the top of the stairway. Let's continue down. 4, 3, almost there. 2, you can see the bottom of the stairs now. And at the bottom, there is another marble hallway with the red lush carpet. 2, and the final step. 1, you're far from your room and deep into this beautiful place, this calming place that holds 3 doors. Follow this beautiful marble corridor with its lush, warm, red carpet to the end. And as you do so, notice what's on the walls. Maybe there are lamps, maybe there are candles, pictures maybe. Take in everything around you. Keep breathing. With each breath in, going further down that corridor. In front of you there are 3 doors. A red door to the left, a white door in the center, and a blue door to the right. There are 3 tables in front of these doors. On each table there is a key. The keys are color-coded to match the doors. Let's start with door number 1, the red door. Pick up the red key from the table. And when you're ready, walk up to the door and unlock the door and walk inside. This door takes you into a time gone by, a time in your past. Spend as long or as little time in this room as you feel you can cope with. If it feels too negative, just come out of the room and place the red key on the table. If it feels okay, explore the room a little bit more. Notice what's in the room. People, a place, scenery. Are these people kind or not so? When you've explored this door and you're ready to leave, do so and place the red key on the table. Now when you're ready, pick up the white key on the next table. Walk up to the white door and unlock it. And once again, step through the doorway and into this time. What time is it? Is it in the past? Maybe it's in the present. Maybe it's a time that's not even happened yet. Could even be a past life. Notice how you feel in this place. Do you feel safe? Afraid? Happy? Sad? Angry? Again, spend as long or as little time in this room as you need to. And when you're ready to leave this room, do so. Leave the door unlocked and place the white key back on the table. Take a deep breath in and out, and head to the third table. On this table, there is a blue key. Pick up the blue key when you're ready. Walk towards the blue door and unlock it. Take a deep breath in and out. When you're ready, walk through this blue door and explore what's inside. Is this your past, present, or a time yet to come? Notice how you feel in this blue space. Again, get in touch with your feelings. Are you happy, sad, angry, calm? Are there people here? If they are, who are they? Do they make you feel safe? Do they make you feel happy? or otherwise. If you feel uncomfortable at any time within this room, know that you can come out of this room and close the door and place the key back on the table. When you're ready, stand in front or behind these tables. Reflect on all 3 doors. Now you must choose which 2 doors that you wish to lock, leaving 1 door open and unlocked. Choose carefully, knowing that when you lock each of the 2 doors that you choose, you do so for good. As soon as the door locks, the key will disappear. If you are choosing the red door to lock, pick up the red key and walk to the red door. Take a few seconds to really think about whether you want to lock this door or not. And if you still wish to lock it, take the key, put it into the lock and turn the lock. If you don't want to lock this door, you can replace the red key on the table. But if you've locked this red door, hear the door lock and the key vanishes out of your hand and is gone. You can no longer revisit that red door. Everything and everyone behind it is in the past. Let's go to the white key next. If you've chosen to keep the white key, leave it on the table. But if you've chosen to lock it, pick up the white key and walk towards the white door. Again, make certain that this is the door that you wish to lock for good. When you're ready, turn the key in the lock. And as you hear the door lock, the key disappears. If you've chosen to keep the key, simply place it on the table. Finally, the blue door. Think about the choice. How many doors have you locked? If you've locked 2, then the blue key remains. If you've only locked 1 door, then the key is still there. Take that key, walk up to the blue door and unlock the door, making sure that you just want one more look to ensure that you want this door gone. When you are sure, close the door, turn the key, unlock the door. Walk back to the tables. You should now have locked 2 doors, and 2 keys have disappeared. 1 remains. Pick up that key and hold it in your hand. How does that key make you feel? Have you chosen wisely? Does this key make you feel happy, safe, and content? You may try and remember what was behind the 2 locked doors. But along with those keys disappearing, so does the memory of what lies behind those doors. You have locked 2 doors to the past that no longer serve you, and that is okay. When you're ready, take your chosen key and walk back along the corridor. That key is yours. It's the key to a brighter future. And the universe has gifted it to you. Keep walking along this beautiful corridor until you reach the beautiful marble staircase that will take you back to your time and place and away from this beautiful spiritual realm. Now we're going to count once more, 10 to 1. Each number we're going to step up, back up the marble staircase, back into your time and into your body. 10. Slowly coming back. 9. Going further up. 8. 7. 6. 5. Halfway there. You no longer can see the bottom of the stairs. Let's carry on. 4. Feel yourself coming back. 3. Coming back into your body, back into your space. 2. You now see the top of the stairs, and the room to your door awaits at the top. 1. You're now at the top of the stairs. My voice is coming back. Open the door when you're ready, and as you do so, Feel yourself coming back into your body, back into your room, back into this time. Wiggle your toes and your fingers, bringing yourself slowly back into the room, back to your space. Take a deep breath in and out. And again, take a deep breath in through the nose and out. And just relax. And when you're ready, bring your eyes to open and back into the room with myself. How many of us made it back? And how many of us fell asleep during the meditation? Some may even still be in meditation, maybe too comfortable to come back. They may have fell asleep, and that's okay. But if you haven't fell asleep and you're back in the room with me, feel free to say hi. If you didn't do the meditation and you're in the room, say hi. All are welcome. Hello Nadine, welcome in. You have just missed our meditation. We were doing a meditation. I think half the people that were in meditation are either still in meditation, they've been so relaxed and chilled out. Always happens during my meditation. People tend to fall asleep, which is good in some ways because it means that the meditation has actually worked. Is there anyone that started the meditation with me back in the room yet? Hello Jody, Irwin, welcome in. Let me just go and put my main light on now that the meditation is finished. Always happens during a meditation that I do. And this is the importance of doing the relaxation before meditation, because the relaxation really does pull you into a deeper meditation. Thank you for the follow. Let me give you a wee follow back. Now, for anyone that did miss the meditation, I do have a community group on my Facebook. It's called the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group, which is over on Facebook. Hi, Bunny. Are you back with us in the land of the living? Lovely to see so many people coming in. How did you get on, Bunny? Good evening, Nala. You have just missed our meditation. Yeah, isn't it crazy how the meditation you just drift off? It's just crazy how that works. Nala, are you in my Facebook group? I've got a new Facebook community group. It's called the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group. If not, if you go to the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Facebook page, which is a public page, and if you click on my website, in fact, I've actually got a link that I put on for the new group today. If you click that link, it takes you into the community group. And when you're in that community group tomorrow, this live meditation will be posted in that group. Oh, no problem, Andrea. Did you do the entire meditation, Andrea? And if you did, what did you find? If anyone that's done the meditation wants to come up in the box and... Yes, when you drift off, your subconscious mind and your ears are still listening, even though you don't realize that they are. But if anybody that's done the meditation wants to come in the box and chat about their experience with the meditation, they are more than welcome to do so. We can have a chat. But yeah, do you know they did a study, and it was an interesting study with 2 students, and it's regarding the subconscious mind. It's your subconscious mind that is responsible for receiving spiritual messages, your dreams. When you go into dream times, you enter your subconscious mind. Your subconscious mind is also your spiritual brain. You actually have 2 brains. You have 2 parts of your brain. You have the human brain, the not so clever brain, right? Because the human brain isn't as wise as your spiritual brain. It overthinks. It's easy to think negatively with the human brain, whereas your subconscious brain connects you to the spiritual realms and is the part of the brain that takes you into meditation, etc. So yes, when you're in your subconscious space and you drop off, your ears are still listening and you are still taking in the information even though you didn't know it. Oh, bless. Well, at least it was the last minute. It's not so bad if it's the last minute. It's when you actually fall asleep through the whole thing. Our Gemma, that's usually my mod, she falls asleep every single time. I don't think she's ever made it to the end of one of my meditations before. And many people that have tried to meditate and couldn't in the past, and when they've done my relaxation and then gone on to my meditations, they can't believe how quickly they just seem to drift off. And it's because you're concentrating on breath. The breath is everything. So the interesting story I was going to tell you about the 2 students, to prove a point that the brain or the subconscious brain is always listening, even when we're sleeping. they gave 2 students some information to learn over a 2-week period, but with a difference. The first student got a textbook with all the information in it. And that student had to take the textbook home and throughout the 2 weeks study everything in that textbook. Because at the end of the 2 weeks they were going to get tested on that textbook. So the second student got a DVD or a CD with everything narrated on it. And the second student was asked to play the CD when they go to bed at night and put it onto a loop. It was an 8-hour CD. And so it would last the whole night. And it would just loop the information. So during the 2 weeks, student A read his textbook, jotting notes down, memorising each bit. And student B simply put headphones on or his sleep headphone and listened to the CD as he fell asleep. And at the end of the 2 weeks, both students sat their test. Now, when they added up the scores, they were surprised to find that student A didn't quite make 100 out of 100. Whereas student B, who was listening to the CD, got everything correct. And that's because when we are relaxed and we're sleeping, the subconscious brain is still taking in information. And it stores that information until it's needed. Almost like a memory bank. And so when student B was tested, he already had all the information in that memory bank. All he needed to do was think about it. Whereas student B would probably have to look through his textbook for the ones that he missed out on. And it actually proved that even when we're sleeping, our subconscious brain is taking in information. And it has to, because sometimes our guides and our angels are giving us messages when we are sleeping in dreams. And the clearer your chakras, the more vibrant your dreams. Hello, Anne, welcome in. Andrea and Bunny, did you remember anything from your dreams? From your meditation? Did anything come to mind when you came out of meditation? Doesn't matter if it didn't, because you fell asleep and didn't take much in. Because if you're on my Facebook group, community group, you can go back to this meditation anytime you want to. Oh, I love that. And that is the beauty of meditation. It can take you into that happy place. It's why most people, spiritual people, including myself, I meditate 3 or 4 times a day. I have to. First thing in the morning, I will do my sky and earth grounding meditation. And you can get that meditation on my profile page. If you go to my profile page, on the pinned post, there is part 1 and part 2. Part 1 being the exercise that we did tonight. And then part 2 goes into the sky and earth grounding, which clears all your chakras. So every day when I get up, I do my sky and earth grounding meditation. And when I go to bed at night, I do my sky and earth grounding meditation. Or sometimes I do my Kundalini meditation, which is just as powerful. Because my Kundalini, with me being a Kundalini practitioner, I have to make sure that my chakras are clear. So my Kundalini meditation does just that. Hello, Heidi. Oh, Finland. Lovely. Well, hi from Scotland. Lovely to have you here. You have just missed a beautiful meditation. I have seen many pictures of Finland. It looks beautiful. Thank you, Lord Ginty Curry, for the follow. Let me give you a wee cheeky follow back. Hi, Linda. Welcome in, everyone. I think Bunny and Andrea were the only two that came back from meditation. We had a room full of people, and I think only Bunny and Andrea came back. Everybody else fell asleep. For those that did miss the meditation, though, as I was saying, I do have a Facebook group. It is called the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group. And if you can't find it, if you go to Facebook, your Facebook, and you go onto pages and you search for the Old Soul Spiritual Healer, that is my public page. And there is a website link, and you'll find all my social media groups and pages on that website. If you click on the website link, it then takes you, if you scroll left, it takes you to my social media links page, and you'll find the Old Soul Spiritual Healer community group on there. In that group, I share all of my lives that I do here. I download them and put them all into that group. It also means that my followers here on Facebook can join that community group, and any meditations that they miss, they can go into the group and they can access all the meditations whenever they want to. The group also has a chat room, so you get to chat with myself and you get to chat with other members. Bit by bit, we are building a small community, a group of spiritual people like myself, or people that want to learn different things like meditation, scrying, all of that, which I teach on my lives. It's also a group where my Kundalini Reiki clients come in, and they can talk about their experience with Reiki, for example, or maybe somebody can talk about their experience with having a fully booked reading with me, whatever the case may be. But it's a lovely little friendly community that we have over there. And I've met some lovely people, both here and on Facebook, through that community group. Oh, Andrea, I'm glad you found it amazing. Hi, Olivia, how are you? Hi, Isabella Cinderella. I love that. Love that name. Now, whereas before, as I was saying earlier, I am actually changing up my spiritual business. I have been overwhelmed with the amount of followers that follow me because of my readings or because they've had Kundalini distant Reiki from me, whatever the case may be. And everybody is like, when are you next live? When are you next live? Normally my lives would be a Monday, Wednesday and Friday evenings. But this weekend I am going to change it up a little bit for you guys. Because so many of you have wanted to see me go live more often. So I'm extending it to 4 days. So from next week, my lives will be Monday, Wednesday, Friday and Saturday. On the Saturday nights, I'm going to be making that a relaxed karaoke night. Because I love singing. Music is the soul's peaceful thing. Music can interact us with our emotions. It can remind us of times gone by. It can remind us of loved ones in spirit. Thank you for the follow. And I know Bunny is a lovely singer. So I know Bunny would love to join us. And I would love Bunny to join us for the music night as well. Gives us all a chance. I love singing. I've been singing since I was a little girl. Love it. I am going to be sharing more songs on my TikTok for everybody because a lot of them are spiritual songs. A lot of them are songs that I grew up with. Although I'm in Scotland, I have Irish links as well with ancestors. My great-grandmother was Irish. My parents were Scottish. And yet I was born in Germany. Along with my brother, he was born in Germany and my sister was born in England. Can you guess? Yeah, my parents were in the RAF. So, yeah, we've lived in Germany, Cyprus, Malta, England, and now Scotland. So, yeah, I've been around a bit. Thank you, everyone, for the shares, the follows, and the likes. Most appreciated. Yes, I already knew that, Heidi. Oh, Andrea, lovely. I've actually been to Loch Lomond. It is stunning. Absolutely stunning. We were on holiday there. Myself and my partner went on holiday to Loch Lomond. The scenery. Nobody's ever been to Loch Lomond. Oh my gosh. It is beautiful. But yeah, Heidi, I'm a spiritual medium. So yeah, my grandfather, my father is guiding me. My great-grandmother is my biggest guide on the other side. So yeah, I've been a medium all my life. Thank you for the share. Hi, Jameson. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, everyone. Let me just give you a little follow back. Thank you, everyone, for the follows. So yeah, for those that don't know me and have just found my channel, I'm Lady M, short for Lady Moonlight, an old soul traditional witch. My soul is old. It's past, I've lived this lifetime, obviously, and past lives, and learned so much knowledge in those past lives. I'm also a bit of a starseed as well. So I've always known I was different from a very young age. I have unusual shaped eyes, which is not uncommon for starseeds to have unusually shaped eyes. I am registered blind. I lost my vision after an operation on my eyes went really badly wrong. So I only have 5% of my vision. However, I have full spiritual vision, which has enabled me to work from home, doing my spiritual work, and also I'm a Kundalini practitioner, soon to be Kundalini Reiki master. I'm a Usai Reiki master teacher as well. So I teach Usai Reiki, and I then went from Usai Reiki into Kundalini Reiki, just because it's a stronger and more powerful healing energy. And many of my clients all over the world book me for a distant Reiki. Means they can get the Reiki session in their own home, because I just channel the energy to where they are. So they can get the same Kundalini Reiki energy healing as somebody that would come to me in person for it, which is why I love working with Kundalini energy. Kundalini Reiki is universal healing, but it also works with our own Kundalini bodily energy as well. So that's a little bit about me. Thank you for the follow, Miss Williams. So if you do see me getting up and personal with the screen, it's because I'm reading the text. They did try reading glasses with me. They don't work. I've lost too much vision for that. But if I go, thank you for the heart me. But if I go close to the screen, I can read all your lovely comments. And if I flick the screen to the left, it magnifies them for me. Thank you to all the lovely follows and the heart me's. Thank you so much. Do you know, I have met some amazing people on this app. I truly have. And every one of you have made me feel so welcome. And I just want to thank you all for that. You know, all I've wanted to do with my life is to work as a healer and a medium. I guess you could say it's my calling. And a lot of people will say, oh my gosh, it must have been awful losing my sight. If you read or if you listened to my story on my profile page, I was actually born blind. I was blind until I was about 5 years old. Didn't have any vision whatsoever, but I had spiritual vision, which confused the absolute heck out of my mum. Because doctors were telling my mum that I couldn't see a thing. But yet I was telling my mum, as soon as I could learn to talk, that I could see faces and people and places, and I could describe things. And my mother used to have many arguments with doctors saying, well, how can my daughter be blind when she's seeing faces? And then I got a little bit of vision back at the age of 5. And I was deemed partially sighted for most of my life until I was about 47 years old. And then I had 2 cataract eye operations. And first one was a success, and the second one totally lost me 95% of my vision. And so I had to retire from a full-time job as a carer and be at home. So I was lucky enough to be retired. I've paid into a private pension all my working days. So that enabled me to retire at the early age of 49. Thank you for the heart, me, Heidi. And so I decided, you know what? No employer will hire a blind woman, right? Their insurance would be sky high for that, right? And I thought, well, what can I do? What skills do I have? Well, I can read cards. I can do mediumship using the cards. So if I'm reading the cards, I will read the keywords and stuff from the cards. That will lead me into a deeper reading with my guides. And I give spiritual readings. I often do live readings here on TikTok, little mini readings, one card mini readings. But I also have clients that come to me for full readings. I studied Yusai Reiki and got my certification for Yusai Reiki Master Teacher. So I worked my way up from Reiki 1, 2 and Masters and Master Teacher. And Yusai Reiki was okay. But I was looking for the Kundalini Reiki because that's a far better and stronger healing. And it was my calling to be a healer. So I've just completed my Kundalini Reiki 2, and in September I'm doing my Masters in that as well. Hi, Jodie. Oh, did you just wake up? I told you would fall asleep. Andrea, absolutely book a reading with me anytime. I did have a half price offer on the readings, which ended today, unfortunately. But you can book a reading with me if you're on Facebook. Join my Facebook group over there, which is the Old Soul Spiritual Healer Community Group, and connect with me on there. It has a chat room on there as well, so you can meet all the lovely clients that have already had readings with me. In fact, Jodie just had her reading with me tonight. Oh no, Jodie, not so good. Who was arguing with you? How dare they argue with our Jodie? Oh, thank you, Jodie. Andrea, if you go to Facebook and if you look up the Old Soul Spiritual Healer, it's the same name as it's on my profile. And if you look at the page, now if you go to that page, click like and follow, it's a follow page. And I think it's either the first or the second post, I've actually got a link to that group. So just click the link and it will take you to the group and just request to join. And after my live, anybody that's requested for that group, I will approve. Oh, Jodie, how rude that he had an argument with you during the meditation. Naughty boyfriend. Oh, bless. But you know what? It's okay. It's all good because you're in my group anyway. So I will be posting the meditation tomorrow afternoon in the group. So it doesn't matter if you've missed it. You can do it in my community group tomorrow. There's nothing worse though, is there? Like you're all ready for a meditation and then somebody decides I'm going to start an argument with you. Usually when I'm doing meditation, it's my parrot that usually starts squawking and I'm thinking, really? My parrot does not like me meditating. Oh, definitely. Hello, Nikki Daya. Welcome in. But yeah, honestly. I know, right? At least the parrot, you can kind of like put the cover on it and say, right, go to sleep, I'm meditating. You can't very well do that with a boyfriend. My other half knows if I'm meditating, don't disturb me. He's pretty good actually, my other half. I've actually got a good guy. He's very spiritual himself. He's actually my soulmate. We met in a past life and then when I was going through a 30-year abusive marriage, through a friend, I actually got to meet him. We recognised each other, not from this lifetime, but a previous lifetime. And we got talking. We met for a coffee and we got talking. And one thing led to another, but he said, no, you need to get out of that relationship. You need to get out of that marriage. And he was so right, because I would have ended my life in that marriage if I had stayed. But I did ask, I knew my soulmate was out there somewhere during the 30-year abuse. And I just kept on asking the universe, you need to bring me my soulmate. I know he's out there somewhere. And when I was 49 years old, I found him. And we've been together for 11 happy years. In fact, 2 years ago, he proposed to me. So I'm soon to be his other half. Soon to get married with him. We haven't set a date yet, but when the time is right, we will. But yeah, we recognised each other from a past life. And we've been together for 11 happy years. So he literally saved my life, bless him. Oh, thank you. Oh, welcome back, Olivia. So yeah, to be honest, for the first 49 years of my life, I've been through bullying, abuse, and all the rest of it. But you know what? It was my guides and my spirituality that kept me strong throughout all of that. When I was at school, I was bullied because I have different eyes. Oh, the joys of being a starseed with different shaped eyes, right? But I had wonderful parents that supported me. My dad was my best friend, to be honest. And he used to always say, do you know what? Let them bully you. Let them call you names for being different. Because if you're different, you're unique. And if you're unique, you are special. And I've never forgotten his words. And they've kind of got me through a lot of sticky situations. Sadly, my dad's not with me anymore. Well, he is, but he's with me on the other side. And he's one of my biggest guides as well. He supports everything that I do on the other side. And then I lost my mother not long after that. Oh, Bunny, yeah, then you know what, yeah. It's horrible, isn't it? Do you know what, and a lot of people will say to me, oh my gosh, how can you survive bullying? How can you survive abuse and all the rest of it? You just do. There's an inner strength that sees you through it, and you kind of go in your own wee world. To be honest, music was my saviour most of the time. As long as I could sing, as long as I could play music and sing, it got me through some really, really rough times. But you know what? The way I look at it now, if I hadn't gone through school being bullied, how could I heal or help to heal as a healer those that have been bullied and abused? I couldn't, because you wouldn't be able to understand where they're coming from. If I hadn't gone through domestic abuse and narcissistic abuse, physical, sexual, and all the rest of it, you name it, then I wouldn't be able to help to support other women and children that had been through abuse. So it kind of made sense that the universe put me through all of that so that in my later life as a healer and a medium, I could then use my own experience and my own knowledge in those areas to help other women realize that there is life beyond abuse. There is life beyond bullying. And being disabled, especially now losing my sight, I was then also able to help disabled people to understand that even if they have no sight, doesn't mean to say that society has the right to put you on the rubbish tip. Absolutely not. You know, I could have quite easily just retired and did nothing. But I was damned. I was not going to be sitting doing nothing. And I thought, right, okay, what gifts do I have? I can see spirit. I can communicate with spirit. I can read cards and connect with spirit through the cards. So I can do online readings. I'm a Kundalini Reiki level 2, soon to be master. I'm a Yusei master teacher. So I can send healing all over the world, from the comfort of my home to the comfort of my client's home. And so I thought, well, if nobody else will employ me, I will employ myself. And I will be self-sufficient. But in doing that, I will also be helping other people to heal. So for every bad situation that you go through, look at the bigger picture and ask yourself, why did the universe put me through this? What are they trying to show me? Oh, thank you, Kate. Oh, thank you, Andrea. Hi, Angie. Thank you. Do you know what? I'm just me. I'm just like everybody else, going through different experiences, and I've always kind of tried to look on the positive side, because I had wonderful parents that said, you know what, even through the darkest of storms, be positive. Find the positive in the negative. Oh, exactly, Bunny. Yeah, precisely, Kate. Let me give you a wee follow, Kate. But yeah, and you know, I've always known. Many years ago, when I was younger, one of my guides, which is actually my great-grandmother, had a conversation with me, and I called her crazy, right? A bit I guess looking back, I was probably a bit disrespectful to my own great-grandmother, but because I was partially sighted back then, and she said, you know, when you're older, you're going to be a teacher, you're going to be a healer, and you're going to bring comfort to your readings. And I looked at her and I thought, are you sure you've got the right person? I'm getting bullied to hell at school. I don't do people. People usually bully me or harass me or whatever. And you're telling me I'm going to be a teacher. And you're telling me I'm going to be a healer. And you're going to tell me I'm going to be a leader. I don't see it. And she said, just remember my words when you're older. Now at the age of 60, yeah, I see what she meant. But as a child, you don't see it. As a child, you just see children can be so cruel. Not just children, but adults, let's face it. Right? So many adults get bullied. When you look at narcissists and things. And even if you have a disability, people can be cruel. I have a son who has autism. But because I'm disabled myself, I was able to teach him that despite his autism, he is still a remarkable young man, and he can still follow his dreams and he can still follow his goals just because he has a disability. So even in my own disability, I always put a positive spin on it. And I always say you can do whatever your heart desires. Even if you're a blind person, you just learn to do things differently. And a lot of people say, well, how can you go on lives and do lives? Well, it's quite easy. I can get up personal, close and personal. I can flick my screen to the left and it has slightly magnified text when I'm doing... Yeah, turning pain into power, absolutely. Do you know what, Bunny? I'm with you on that. Adults are the worst. Do you know what? You just need to scroll through TikTok. I have sat on the outside of some lives and I'm thinking, whoa, what the actual? How can people come onto the app and be so cruel? And I see a lot of disabled people coming on just like me because somebody's inspired them to be the best that they can be. And they come onto this app thinking, yeah, I've got this. And then they get adults that bully them. And I'm like, why? Why are you bullying somebody less able than yourself just because they have a disability, whether it's a physical one or whether it's a hidden disability that you can't see? You know, but I always say the ones that are bullying and the ones that are harassing says more about them than it does you. And if they are hurting other people, they are actually the ones that are in most need, believe it or not, of healing. Because something happened in their own life to make them that way. And we don't know what that is. Maybe they had bad parents, maybe they had a bad upbringing, maybe they were bullied. Maybe they were abused and their way of coping with it is lashing out at society. So even my worst enemies, I never judge them. I just pray that one day they'll meet a good healer and want to heal and become a better person. But it's like everything else. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. Exactly, Bunny. They think they have power. Yep. No, they haven't met me yet. Exactly, Bunny. They haven't met me yet. Do you know, I've had people that have come onto my lives and they've actually reported my lives for so many things. On my last account, I actually had an account with 3K followers. And I built up a lot of haters. I honestly did. Because my numbers grew. The more that people got to know me as a person, the more my numbers started to grow. And you got all the jealous Nancy's, the ones that don't like somebody rising, right? Because they want, especially narcissists and bullies, they want to be, as Bunny says, it's all about the power. If I can put somebody down to their knees, I'm powerful. No, you're not. No. They think they're powerful, but they're not. Every time they bully or hurt somebody, karma's coming and repaying back every action, and they don't see it. And in my 60 years, I've sat and watched so many people bring people down, and I've sat and watched them until sometime somebody bigger and better comes along and puts them down to size. And they learn a valuable lesson. They learn how it feels to be on the other side of bullying and abuse. Yeah, I get that a lot. I get that along a lot of the time. A lot of them were copying my videos and stuff until I learned there's a settings that you can put on in here that stops people from downloading your videos, which mine is on. And they can't do that now, which is one of the reasons I put my logo on my profile rather than my photo. It's so much harder for them just to use it. If they use a logo, that's fine, but photo, they can't. Hello, Natasha. Hello and welcome. But I've learned a few tips, folks, along the way to protect your account. Did you know, for example, that if you go to your profile, this is for those that have maybe had somebody coming in and stealing their account, and then they try and get their account back from TikTok, and they'll say, oh no, this person says that you're the fake and they're the real person, right? For example, accounts that will maybe steal your videos or your photos and make up a fake account with your videos and photos, and then they'll report your account for being the fake and their account for being the genuine one, right? There's a way you can get around that, folks. And the way you get around that is if you go to your profile and you go to the settings, and there's a little settings box up there. And if you go into the settings and then you go into privacy settings, and then there's another setting, I can't remember what it is off the end, it's something to do with privacy and settings again. And then you go on to your account. If anyone wants to know, just message me and I will go through the steps. But you go to this particular section in those settings and you scroll all the way down to the bottom. And right at the bottom, there is a number that starts with the letter V. It's a long number. Click on that and it reveals other information. That is your unique account code. Screenshot it or copy it and keep a hold of that, because if somebody steals your account and says they are you, you can send TikTok that account number and get your account back. No problem, Bunny. Good night, Bunny, and thank you for joining me. But yeah, I've had a few fake tarot readers as well, which I find quite amusing, because when they jump in my DM and say, oh, I need to give you a reading, and I'll say, don't bother, but I can give you a reading. And my reading will be free, and they'll say, oh yeah, what is your reading? I says, you need to find another job because you're a fake. Funny enough, I never see them again. Hello, Squiggle Rules. Squiggler Rules. Hello, Real Life by G. But yeah, there's so many ways you can protect your account, folks. So yeah, definitely screenshot your ID, your account ID in the settings. If anyone wants help with that one, please let me know, and I can, if you send me a message, I can tell you how to do that. Also in your privacy settings, if you go to downloads, make sure that your downloads is set to nobody can download your videos. That way your videos are secure. When you post a video, if somebody wants to try and download that video and save it, they can't. Hello, Squiggles, how are you? Hello, Malleus. Thank you for the follow. So many follows tonight. How we doing? Oh, thank you for the like, Jodie. But yeah, honestly, I've learned a lot during my time on TikTok on how to, when you've had your account reported, you've had an account lost because somebody stole your account or got you banned, or bananaed, should I say. Got to watch what we say on TikTok. But if you get your account bananaed or whatever else, as long as you've got that code number, etc., and always appeal any violations that you get. You can also do I don't know if you realise, you can also do an account check, which I do all the time. And to do that, you simply go to the Creator Center, click that, and then you'll see account check. Click on the account check, and you'll see little arrows going all the way, little ticks going all the way down your screen, checking all your videos. And if there's a video that's dodgy or maybe has a little slight violation, whatever, that you don't know about, it will come up as a red mark, and that gives you the chance to take that video and delete that video. and then you do the account check again and it clears it. So that's also another handy tip. I am doing well, thank you. We have just had a meditation night. Oh, well, you're in the right place. I'm spiritual as well. I'm Lady M, a traditional elder crone witch, but I'm a spiritual medium and a Kundalini Reiki practitioner and a Yusai Reiki master teacher. And I also do meditations on here, readings on here, all of that. I have a community Facebook group, which is the Old Soul Spiritual Healer community page and group. So I'm on Facebook. If you look up the Old Soul Spiritual Healer public page, then there is my website on there, and I also have a link to my community group. And in that community group, I share all my lives, my readings. We have a chat room. We get to meet all the other spiritual members in that group as well. Many of my clients that come to me for Reiki, distant Reiki, or for readings, they're all in that group. All my mods are in there too. Yeah, you will be a sentient, where you are mostly sensing spirits. You might not see them physically, but you're sensing. I kind of have all the senses. I can hear spirit, I can see them, I can sense them. I've been doing that since I was a little girl, for as long as I can remember, really. Which is just as well I've got spiritual sight, because I am physically blind. I have 5% vision. I lost 95% of my vision after a cataract operation went wrong. So my vision is very poor, which is why I get up and close and personal to the screen. But despite all of that, despite losing my vision, and I got retired at the age of 49 when I lost my vision, and I decided, no, I'm not going to sit for the rest of my life just twiddling my thumbs at home, living off a pension. Hell no. I've still got spiritual vision. I can still do Kundalini Reiki and Yusai Reiki. I can still heal the world, and I can still help people through my readings. And so I started up my own business, and I work from home. So yeah, this is what I do. This is who I am. Oh, brilliant, Andrea. I will approve your request on the group. On anyone else that has requested to join the group after my live tonight, I will approve you all into the group so that you can all get onto the group. Because I do have a lovely, it is, it's a brand new group, and it is growing bit by bit day by day. But it's all the lovely people that I meet on here and on Facebook. Many of them are already my Kundalini Distant Reiki clients. Some of them are my reading clients. Some of them are just spiritual people that I've met on here and Facebook. And we're just a small community of spiritual people who unite for the betterment of Mother Earth, really. And we're all healers, we're all seers, and we build each other up, which is how it should be. There's so many fake readers on this app, and there's so many other readers that want to pull good readers down. We should never do that. The world needs more healers. The world needs more spiritual people. And so that's why I decided I'm going to build my own community of genuine spiritual people that want to help the world and want to make the world a better place, really. Hello, Andrea Thompson. Welcome in, everyone. But yeah, in my community group, every live that I do here on TikTok gets posted into my community group. So if you've missed any of my lives, especially the meditation that we did earlier tonight, if you're a member of that group, tomorrow afternoon I will be downloading that meditation for anybody in my group. Hi, Andrea. Thank you, Squiggles. I will definitely add you into the group as well, honey. And welcome in. Honestly, the group has some amazing, lovely, beautiful souls in there. And it helps some of my readings clients because they can just message me through the group, or they can message me via private message to book their Kundalini Reiki, or they can book their readings with me. Do you know what? It was so good to see Andrea doing the meditation. Bunny did the meditation. I know Jodie did the meditation. Well, she started the meditation and then had to come out of it. But that's why Jodie loves the group, because she knows that she can get to do the meditation again tonight. For those that missed it, the meditation that we did tonight was a beautiful meditation. It was we all hold trauma at some point, right? Whether it's trauma through people hurting us with nasty words and comments, whether it's trauma through abuse, whether it's trauma through being bullied, whether it's trauma for something else. And we hold it in our chakras. And it stays in, we often bring it up to mind, or it keeps creeping back in our minds, and it's called past trauma. And this meditation had 3 doors, and you can only lock 2. Now, these 3 doors are doors to different past experiences that you might have had in life. And in the meditation, you go through all 3 doors, and you spend time inside those doors and looking at your past life. And then when you come out of the 3 doors, that you have 3 keys to unlock, you can lock 2 doors and leave 1 open. And once you've locked those 2 doors, you're locking the doors that you don't want to be reminded of. So, for example, 1 door, you might go into that door and it could be all your past trauma. Do you really want to keep that door open to the past? No. So you're going to lock that one. The second door, you might find that it's a happy memories. It's a place where you were happy, or a time when you were happy. Do you really want to lock that one? No. And then your third one might be another negative experience. Do you really want to lock that one? Absolutely. So you then have a choice. From those 3 doors, you can only lock 2. And once you lock the 2, the keys in your hand disappear. And it leaves the key that you didn't lock. And you take that key away with you. And that key leads you on to, I guess you could call it a healing meditation. So it is a pretty powerful one. Thank you, Kerry, for following. Let me give you a wee follow back. Hi, Emma. Lovely to see you again. How are you doing? I didn't even see you coming in. You missed our meditation, Emma, but are you in? I think you're in my group, aren't you? So you'll get the meditation tomorrow. And for anyone else that has just joined, if you're interested in joining my spiritual community group on Facebook, it's a group where I share all my lives, including this one where we've done a meditation, because not everybody is a night owl like me. And a lot of my followers miss out on my meditation. And it's a group where they can go and, like tomorrow, I will download this meditation and put it into the group. So all my lives are actually in that group. And it's a nice little community group. And it means all my followers don't miss any of my lives. Also has a chat room in there as well. I am well, thank you. Oh, peace, love and light, Emma. Lovely to meet you. Hi, Mushy, welcome back. Hello, Angela Such. Lovely to see so many people coming in. I have met some wonderful new people tonight. It has been a fantastic live. And it's been just amazing to meet so many nice people here. I guess you could say we're on the nice side of Facebook and TikTok. Oh, Mushy, thank you for the heart me. Hi, Angela Such. Does anyone have any questions before I finish my live tonight? Oh, look. Oh, Mushy, thank you so much. Honestly, Mushy, you don't have to gift, but it is appreciated. Thank you so much. Did you do the meditation, Mushy? I know you were in just before the meditation started. Did you do it? Oh, thank you for the live. Thank you, everyone. Honestly, thank you so much to all the gifters and the likes tonight. Honestly, it means a lot. Thank you for hitting the likes. Tapping is clapping and it gets my live and everything shared out. If anyone wants to jump in the box and say how they found the meditation, especially anybody that's done the meditation, and they want to say how their meditation went, please do feel free to chat. But yeah, next week I am leveling up with my lives. I've had so many people message me saying, can you do more than 3 nights a week live because we love your lives? And I have listened, folks. I honestly have. So from next week, instead of 3 nights a week, you're going to get me 4 nights a week. So I'm going to do a schedule over the weekend, and I will post that schedule on my TikTok. But I will be live Monday, Wednesday, Fridays and Saturdays from next week. Oh, Emma, let me bring you up. I probably missed, let me see. I see the request. Did it come up? Hello, yes, I can hear
Hi,
you.
peace, love and light.
Oh, peace, love and light to you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I keep missing you every time you've come on. You've either been on too early or too late, and I keep missing you.
Oh, what are you like?
I
Are you?
know.
I think you're in my group, though, aren't you?
Yeah. I've joined it. I joined it yesterday.
Yeah.
Keep going to talk to you. And you keep speaking to me when we come on.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's all about the positivity, isn't it? Like you've got to try and shove the negativity to one side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So every time you speak about that, I know where you're coming from, and sometimes it's like See, I'm just a viewer, and you always talk to me, don't you?
Yeah,
Like, there's other people who are viewing now, but I get what you're saying. Like, it's not all about, she doesn't just want gifts or anything like that, do you? You're trying to spread the positivity. And you've always spoke to me without gifting, without doing anything, or without any type of thing like that. You're not trying to pull the viewers in for that. You're wanting to spread the positivity and stuff, and that's what I get from you, Catherine, if I'm totally honest with you.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
obviously I've joined your therapy thing and stuff like that, but there's never been anything wanted from me. It's always been lovely. You were just drawn to me one night when I was just messaging in the thing. I've never wanted to come on either, have I? But just
no,
for the viewers that are viewing now, whether they've always watched or not, I know you're just drawn to people and you've got a lot of love to give and stuff. All you're wanting to spread is that positiveness and to draw the negativity out. Like, that's all you're trying to project to other people, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
just keep focusing on that positive,
It
like,
is.
peaceful
It is.
type stuff. You
Yeah,
get what I mean?
yeah. It is all about the positivity. That's the thing. And you know what? Life's too negative.
Yeah.
It is. It really is. You know what? You just need to scroll on this app sometimes, and I sometimes sit on
Oh,
the
it's
outside of
full of
some lives.
negativity. I mean, like sometimes I'll catch a Catherine and other times won't, because I don't like to keep going on them because it is full of, negative aspects in life. So I try to like focus on the positive aspects. Like, I said to you, I've got 4 children, stuff like that. One of them's been poorly. I've got a baby. I've got 2 older ones. But even throughout whatever, you've got to keep focusing on that positivity side of life. Like,
Yeah,
I've been at rock bottom before in my life where I've had to build myself up, and that's all you can do, isn't it? You've got
hmm,
to hit rock bottom. The only way after that is up.
it's up.
So you've got to keep looking at the new aspects in life that you've got. You've
Yeah,
got to find a positive in your negative, and it doesn't
yeah,
matter what you're going through. That seems really hard at the time when you're so low. It's very, very hard to get there, isn't it?
yeah.
Um,
And plus, when you
but
look
at
at
the
social
same
media,
time, there's
everything.
always a positive in life, and that's what you've got to look at. No matter what you're hitting in life, obviously, I'm not going to go into certain things that I've been through and things like that because we're on TikTok.
Yeah,
Um, but no matter what the laws are in life, there's always an up. So
yeah.
you hit rock bottom, there's always an up in your circumstances, but it might not feel like that at the time.
No,
You've got to try and look at it. And another wording, it sounds so cheesy, is sometimes you've got to fake it before you make it. So
absolutely.
you've got to sometimes pretend to yourself that you're okay, even though you're not. You've got to keep telling yourself the positive things that even if you don't feel like there's something positive, you've
Yeah,
got to try and find it, whether it's such a small thing in life, like even just to walk down the street and you notice like a little daisy in the corner or a little something, like a little bit of greenery, or that might not be your bag, it might be something else. Do you know, I can't speak for other people. So
yeah.
no matter what you're trying to find in your life, you've got to try and find those little tiny, tiny little small things.
Well, I always
So
say for every positive, there's a negative, and for every negative, there's a positive. And I'm going
yeah,
to give you a few examples to help you with that. If you're forever told by somebody you can't do something, if you allow it, you will believe it,
yeah,
right? But somebody's telling you you're not never going to be successful.
yeah.
Replace it.
Yeah,
Tell
because
yourself,
sometimes you're always going to try to believe in the things that other people tell you.
yeah,
And it's reflecting that negativity and then finding, like, to sort of prove that negativity wrong and trying to fly yourself in the opposite direction to
yeah,
what somebody else is trying to project on you. Because what other people's thoughts and feelings are about you, you've got to sort of shove that aside and project your own thoughts and feelings, if that makes sense.
yeah,
It's so
yeah,
hard to do though if you're stuck in such a downward spiral and you are stuck in that. low
Yeah.
life. It's so hard to build yourself up. And then other people think, oh, well, I can't do that because the thought processes are so low. But you can. It's just finding that spark and that thing that drags you along, if you get what I mean. Like,
Yeah.
it can be so small, just a minuscule thing. Like I said, it's a fake it till you make it type feeling. Like, you've got to sometimes lie to yourself a little bit to keep yourself going on a positive path. Like, you might feel a bit, I nearly swore then, and I know you won't have that in yours. You might feel a bit happy, so you have to pretend to yourself that actually it's not all that bad. Like, how beautiful is, like, it's different for everybody, but sometimes you've got to look at it and be like, oh, look at the blossoming flowers now. And that's like, say it's spring and you look at it and you're like, oh, there's the blossoming flowers. It's such a beautiful place to be at the minute. Like, and you've got to lie to yourself till you start believing it, if that makes sense.
Absolute. Yeah. Absolutely. You know, the best conversation you can have is a conversation in the mirror with yourself. And basically
Oh, you
just,
say where my mirror is in my bedroom.
yeah, you know, you kind of just sit and say, I can't do that. Yes, you can. You
You know,
can
with
and
you
you
saying
will.
that, Catherine, where my mirror is in my bedroom, where do you think my mirror is? I said
I
you'd
would,
hate what it is straight away.
uh,
Where do you think it is?
I think your mirror, I could be wrong, um, but I'm picturing your mirror right opposite your bed.
Yes.
So
And do you
that
know
when you
why I
wake,
say that? Because you always, when you said on here, say it's like a portal. But at the same time, I don't mind my mirror being there. I think it's quite, it's dead mad, isn't it? Because some people go, oh yeah, I think it is actually a bit eerie. But I
no,
don't mind my mirror being where it is, and that sounds weird. So, like, what does
no.
that mean? If I feel like my mirror's okay, right at the end of
If,
my bed, it's
yeah,
meant to
if
be a
it,
portal, isn't it, for things to
it's,
come in?
yeah, mirrors can be a portal for spirit, but however, you can put love and light on that mirror and say only good spirits may enter this mirror. You can cleanse your mirror and
No,
kind
but
of
the weird
say,
thing is, oh, Catherine, like my baby's cot is in my bedroom. So I've got four babies, haven't I? Like, and I said, like, I've got four kids. I've got one that's 1.5. I've got one that's nearly 10, nearly 11. Then I've got one that's 14, nearly 15. And then one that's 16, nearly 17. Now the baby sleeps in my bedroom, so my mirror's facing me, not him.
yeah,
But he sits in his cot and he'll wave to the wall and say hiya. Like there's something there, but he's in the opposite direction of the mirror, which I
yeah,
feel like a bit weird. Like, because sometimes I'm like, it's a bit freaky that, like the way that he does it. And when we was downstairs before, it was towards the dartboard, like, because my other son's got a dartboard up in the kitchen. And he was like pointing towards the wall and he's going, hi, hi, do you know, towards the wall? Like, it's dead mad, like, because the way he was doing it, it was like there was somebody sat there.
but you know, children chakras
Seeing
are all
things
open
come
so they
towards
can
me
see
and doing
spirit.
anything.
Yeah, they can see spirit from a very early age. All children can. Because if you
Yeah.
think of a child being born into the world, all their chakras are clear, so they have no blockages whatsoever. They can see spirit from a very, very young age. But as they get older, life gets tough for them and those chakras get blocked, and many of them lose that sight. But children, all children can see spirits. Right up to, usually right up to they're about 3, 4, maybe 5 years old, they can see spirit.
I
And
think
then, of
sometimes
course,
I'm a bit older than that as well, because like my
yeah,
daughter, when we first moved in here, like she said, I kept saying like a shadowy figure at like the a bedroom door.
yeah,
And she was like, you don't believe me though, do you? You don't believe me? I said, I do believe you. But
yeah,
it's one of them, and she still like feels a little bit like that. I've sensed like Michael's seeing something now when she's like 16 or 17. And honestly, if she got on this now, she'd be telling you the same thing. Like she's been watching it as well with me.
oh, bless.
And she
Yeah,
loves all that stuff. Like she does like it, but it freaks her out at the same time. Do you know what I
yeah.
mean?
You know, sometimes I say there's more to be, you know, sometimes human beings can be more scary than spirits.
100%. You should be scared more of the living than you should of the dead.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Hi, Max. How are you?
Yeah, like my nan always said that to me. You should be more scared of the living than you should be the dead, because that's what her
Yeah,
mum taught her as well. Like my nan's not here anymore, but like that's what she always told me up until she died. She should never ever be scared of the dead. You should always be scared of the living. Like
yeah,
they won't
yeah,
harm you, they can't harm you. You know,
yeah,
they might like show like certain ones that are a bit evil, aren't they? Where they can present themselves in a certain way,
yeah.
but
But
they can't
it's
do.
it's you know, I once spoke to somebody about spirit boards, for example, and they're saying, oh, they're evil. Well, they're as evil or as dark as the user.
I mean, like your Ouija board.
Yeah, like the Ouija boards. There's a lot of conflict information on spirit boards. Now, let me tell you, I have been using spirit boards or Ouija boards, whatever you want to call them. Every one of them spirit boards, whether it's an angel board, whether it's a Ouija board with the letters, etc. They are all spirit boards, and it's like any other spiritual tool. You need to know how to open that tool safely, protect yourself and the tool and the portal safely, and you also need to respect the spirits that come through, and you need to put protection that only good spirits come through. You also need to close the board safely. If you don't close the board safely, you're basically just opening your house. So when people say, oh, don't touch the spirit boards, they're evil, they're this, that, or whatever, the ones that have had those experiences are the ones that haven't protected themselves. They haven't opened the board. And if they have opened the board properly, they haven't closed it. And then that's when they get into deep water with the spirit boards.
I don't
But
know how
I've
you
been,
feel sometimes about it, Catherine, but sometimes I think it's all in your mind as well of how you close it. It doesn't have to be like your sage and your things that you're burning and things like that. Like you, if you've got the willpower to be able to do it through your mind, you can do it through your mind as well. Like you can tell things to go away and not be
yeah.
there. You know what I mean?
But you've got to also remember too that some darker spirits, they do need that extra incense because they're just going, if the darker spirits are going to break every spiritual law that is going. So yeah, some spirits you can expel with your mind and basically demand them to go. There are other spirits that you could shout at them all day long and they're just not going to go. And
I'm
that's
gonna
when you
sound
need to
mad
do a
when I say
cleanse.
this, but have you ever heard of like I'm gonna sound like a right kooky person, but I know you'll understand when I say it. Have you ever heard
Thank you
of
for the
like
follow.
the Hat Man?
I haven't heard of that one.
Like it's basically a full on dark figure with a certain type of hat and it's just full black.
Oh, we
And
got 10K likes. Lovely. I love that. Thank you, everyone, for the taps.
he's meant to be there. He's not sinister and dark. He's just there and he's just watching. Like if
Yeah,
you never heard of the word that is like the that like dark figure, but he's got a certain hat. I'd have to show it. I'll tell you what, because we're on Facebook and that. I'll send you a little screenshot of it and
yeah,
show you, and then I think you might understand a little bit more of who I'm on about.
yeah,
Like, it's hard to explain unless you've ever seen it because there's
yeah,
quite a lot of people who've seen it. They put it down to like sleep paralysis or others will put it down to the paranormal where it's like it, but it's put down as in it's not dangerous, it's just it comes across like it's scary, but he's just literally sat there as a figure and he's just watching,
yeah,
but he plays on the terrified, like if that makes sense. I
yeah,
don't know if like you get where I'm coming from with him or
yeah,
not, but
yeah,
because I
yeah.
don't want to
You
sound like a loony either when I'm saying, oh yeah, have you ever heard of like the Hat Man? Like
no, I
that's the
have
only
to.
way to explain it. Like,
As as a starseed, I have different names for them because I've been because I can astral travel and things like that. Um,
I'd have to send you a picture of what I mean and then like see what your wording would be for it, because
yeah,
all I've got for it is like it's called the Hat Man, and it's literally a dark figure. It's got a certain type of hat, and it literally will just turn up, and it's just sat there looking.
yeah. Oh, thank you for the likes, Andrea. Andrea, if you want to pop in up on the box, because you've always supported my lives. Um, Only the ones that support my lives on a regular basis and I know really well get in the box, folks.
Yeah, you
So if
never let anybody in the box, do you? I was surprised that you let me in, to be honest. And I'm thinking, now that one about the Hat Man, I'm thinking, God, I bet she's wishing I didn't let her in now. She's a bit kooky.
no, to be honest, on my readings nights, nobody gets in the box apart from the
Yeah,
mods
yeah,
because I have
just
to,
the
yeah,
mod.
you know. Or if I'm doing a meditation, nobody gets in the box during the meditation. But if we're just having a chat, but in general, I usually keep the boxes to like I've got a good memory for who comes into my lives on a regular basis, like yourself and Mushy,
Yeah.
and Andrea and uh, Jodie has recently found me and she's like addicted to my lives. She's got a
But
new
no,
addiction, haven't you,
might have
Jodie?
caught you just at the end of it, and I've seen somebody who's called Geordie in the chat and stuff.
Yeah,
But yeah, you don't very you very rarely let people in the box unless it's a mod. So I was quite shocked when he was like, "Yeah, I'll let you in." You did offer for me to go in one night actually while you was doing me one of my reads, and I was like,
yeah.
"Oh no, I don't know, I'm a bit shy." I don't know why, but I thought, you know what? I'll see if I can get in tonight. There's no mods on and stuff. I'll see if I can get in, see whether I have a chat and stuff. And
To be fair, my mods are really, really good. Gemma's
oh no,
lovely.
they're lovely. Yeah, Gemma started following me, so I followed her back. I think it was Gemma who was in with
Yeah,
you the other night. Was that when you were
yeah.
doing like the oh, what was it called?
Scrying
No,
with the
something else.
pendulums.
Yeah, the pendulums. That was
Yeah,
it.
the
Was that
dowsing.
one?
Yeah, we were doing the dowsing with the.
Yeah, she followed me, so I followed her back. But yeah,
Yeah,
you
she.
only ever normally let your mods in, and that's it. Unless you're getting a bit of a reading, you said, do you want to come in while I read? But
Yeah,
normally, if anybody's in, like I've never requested before. I did by accident while I was messaging one night on the thing because my form's going funny. But I kept saying, "Oh yeah, don't mean to add, but I know normally you don't have
yeah,
anybody in but the mods."
yeah. Oh, no problem, Andrea. Bexy, thank you for the follow. Oh my
Do you know
goodness
what,
me,
Andrew?
thank you.
That was me one night. I was like that, like I was offered to come in while they were doing read, and I was like, no, a bit nervous. Don't want to. I'll just happy listening. But it's
You
quite
know,
chill.
do you know the first time I met my Kundalini Reiki master, who's teaching me who taught me the Kundalini? It was so funny. She ended up finding my live here on TikTok, and she came in, and I gave her a reading, and she was quite surprised. But I thought, no, I felt she needed a reading. She didn't give for it or anything. My guides were saying this woman needs a reading,
Yeah.
and during her reading, I told her she was about to give up on her spiritual journey. And I said, why are you giving up on the spiritual journey? You need to keep going. You need to keep going. And I gave her a reading that she will tell everybody now. First time I went on Lady M's live, she kicked my ass. She literally kicked my ass into gear because I was ready to give up everything until I got a reading that changed my whole perspective. And she kept,
Yourself, Catherine.
yeah. Um, and she said, this is crazy. And then 2 nights later, I was scrolling through TikTok and I seen her doing one of her reading lives, and I popped on, and she was already in a flow with one of her readings, and then she saw my name, and she went, "Oh, um, oh, oh, it's Lady M. It's oh my gosh." She says, "We've got a celebrity in here. We've got oh my God." And I'm like, no, I'm just me. I've just come on to support you live. And she says, would you like a reading? And I said, well, I would love a reading, yeah. And she's like, oh, hell, I'm reading for Lady M. Heck. And I'm like, just relax and read. And she, and she had her friend Tracy in the box, and she says, Tracy, do you know who this is? She was literally starstruck. And she says, Lady M is a wise old soul. She's like been here forever. And she kicked my butt on a live. And here she is turning up on my live, and now I've got to read for her. Oh, hell. And I just found it so funny. And I'm like, do you know what? Just read. It's fine. I don't bite. Thank you for the roses, Mags.
I tell you what, though, he was drawn to me one night. And it was dead weird because at the time, like, my son's been getting better, but it was like, he was like, do you know what? I keep being drawn to you because you were, like, getting people to Tingo and stuff like for the cards. But he was like, I'm a bit drawn to you tonight. And it was weird because I have been a little bit in turmoil with my son going through like his illnesses and stuff like that. And obviously it's been getting better, but it was quite nice that the fact that he was drawn to me, and I was like, do you know what? I quite appreciate that because it didn't take me gifting, it didn't take me doing anything. It was like, oh, I'm just a bit drawn to you.
Yeah.
Something telling me to, and it was dead weird.
Mags, I do readings on a Monday. My live readings are always on a Monday night, round about 10:30ish. They are gift readings, but now and again, if I'm drawn to somebody, I'll give them a free readings. But yeah, my readings are on a Monday for the short readings. And you can also book private readings with me as well through my Facebook group.
Yeah, but you are like that as well, aren't you, Catherine? If you're a bit drawing, you'd be like, no, I need to read that because something's telling me to read that.
Oh, you're more than welcome, Mags.
100%, because you was taking the permit readings that night.
Yeah.
Let's
accept Mag's request because she's been sitting listening in the. Hi, Mags.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
No, I do readings on a Monday.
Right.
Usually. So tonight it was all about meditation. We did a meditation earlier on.
All right.
So I do past life meditations. Tonight was release any past trauma meditations, and I think we had about 7 people go into the meditation and only 2 came back. I think the rest are still sleeping somewhere. So how are you, Mags? Is this the first time you've come across my lives? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, lovely to meet you.
You too.
So where are you from?
Cumbernauld.
Oh, you're Scottish as well. I'm in Scotland as well. I'm in Fife.
Oh, just up the road from me.
Aye, just up the road, just along the road. Emma, where are you from?
I'm from near Liverpool.
Oh, you're
from Haydock.
Yeah.
But then I've moved to Widnes and Runcorn.
Ah, see, it's a small world, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hi, Danielle. How are you? And hello, the Baglow. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that one. The Blue Gate.
Obviously, you've seen my name on Facebook, haven't you? So I've actually got like Welsh heritage.
Yeah.
See, but that's like my great grandparents, really.
Yeah. See, I'm Scottish, but I've got Irish ancestry.
See, I wondered what your accent was, and then now that you've said that, I can sort of hear it now that you've said it.
Yeah. I've never been to Ireland, but my great grandmother was Irish.
Well, like the Scottish part, I can hear the little twang of it. Like you're not, doesn't sound full Scottish, if you get what I mean.
No, it's because my parents were in the RAF, and I was born in Germany. Then we moved to Cyprus. We lived in Malta for a while. And after Malta, we went to Preston down in England. and then we came back up to Scotland. So I've picked up a bit of everything.
So have you moved all over them, really?
Yeah. I've lived in Germany, Cyprus, and Malta, and down in Preston as well.
Aye. Germany's
Really?
lovely.
Yeah. Cyprus and Malta were lovely too, but it was too hot for me. My memories as a young child in Cyprus and Malta was ants and snakes. That was my memory, and I hated both. It was just so hot. Hi, Jade, Louise. Welcome in. Danielle, you missed the meditation earlier. We had a lovely meditation. Thank you to Mags for the gifts as well. Thank you, Mags. You didn't have to gift, honestly, but they are appreciated.
The weird
But
thing,
yeah.
right, because I know I went silent then for a minute, but I started to shuffle my cards and I kept saying your name while I'm shuffling my cards. And it's come up, the Earth Mother, secure, dependable, practical, grounded, earthly.
Yeah. That pretty much sums who I am.
So basically, you're motherly.
Yeah. My true self, I don't see myself as human. I am a spiritual being having a human existence because I'm a starseed.
It says you're reliable, ready,
Yeah.
ready to lend a hand to anyone.
Yeah.
Because you've come up as basically the Queen of Pentacles, which is telling me that you're basically a giver, really.
Yeah.
You're self-sufficient, you're nurturing, you're secure, you're loving. That's, you basically want to give, not to receive.
Yeah.
Which I found weird because I just thought, do you know what, I'm going to shuffle them, keep saying your name while I'm talking to you and see what card just pops up. Not like, as in I'm just trying to like go, oh yeah, I'll give you a reading. I just out my own like curiosity. I was like, do you know what? I'm just going to shuffle these and just see what pops out. And I'll keep saying your name, keep talking to you, and whatever card pops out, that's what I'm wondering what you are. So I think that's actually described quite well, really, because you are drawn to people like you.
Well, I would say the opposite. I think people are drawn to me because I never go looking. I never go looking for people. Like you'll never find me in somebody's DM box saying, "Oh, do you want a reading today?" Or do you want a Kundalini Reiki?
No, but it's basically coming out that you're secure, dependable, you're earth-like, you're motherly. You want to give. Do you know? It's not like as in a way like you're one of those that are trying to seek people out, like to get the gifts for the what you're giving now, because you see, like when I come to your live, I noticed like you was like, I'm quite drawn to you. Like it wasn't like you seeked me out, but when I'm saying like you like the Mother Earth, you like the secure, the grounded, the earthy and stuff, that was just the card that popped out, and that's what it's saying about you. Whether or not it's, I don't know you personally, but I'm just going off what the card come out. Like it's the Queen of Pentacles. It's not come out in reverse. It's come out in as the Earth Mother, basically. Whether or not I'm right in what I'm saying, you probably know.
Well, I'm connected to the universe. As a starseed, I'm connected to the universe, but I'm also connected to Mother Earth as well, because universal beings are guardians of Mother Earth. So we are basically.
The weird thing is, though, you told me to get my cards back out because I told you I like used to like tarot when I was little, and it was just dead random because we're on the live art week, and I was just like, do you know what? While we sat here, I thought, why everybody's like talking and that, I thought I'll just get my cards out and have a shuffle. If one falls out while I'm saying the name, I'm talking to her, it might actually come up with the one that should be for her, and that's all that come up for you was the Queen of Pentacles.
Hi, Emma. Good question. Is it scary opening the third eye? Is it only as scary as you make it to be? Opening you know, a lot of people think opening the third eye, they're going to see monsters, they're going to see demons, they're going to see spirits. No, no. We are living in a, when your third eye is blocked, you're living on a 3-dimensional world, right? Everything that you see around you is pretty much an illusion, believe it or not, right? The negativity that people tell you, illusion. All lies, illusion, right? You watch the news, and the news are telling you all this negative stuff, right? None of it's true. It's sent, you know, look at COVID, right? We went through 4 years of isolating ourselves from family, from friends. You know, they were telling people to inject their bodies
Believe
with
what you want to believe,
yeah,
basically.
you know, they were basically saying to get rid of this, you have to inject your bodies with with a vaccine. What's in the vaccine? Oh, we don't know, but you know, but we're not obliged to tell you what's in it. That's like somebody, not being funny, but that's like somebody handing you a syringe with rat poison in it and saying this is going to cure you, take it. Why would you do it? You know, if they can't prove what's in it, and they can't prove whether it's effective or whatever, why would you be even thinking about taking it? But this is the power of social media. This is the power of those in power.
Power of intimidation, frightening. You've got to follow what
Yeah,
your mind's
it's pretty much when you look at the leaders of this country, right? So scaremongering. Every one of it is negative mind control. And when you're living in a 3rd dimension, i.e. your third eye is blocked, you don't see it. When you unblock your third eye, you see through the illusion. And you see that what people have told you in the past that you believed in the past was true was actually lies and deception. And you might think, well, why are they doing that? Why are they being deceitful? Why are they telling lies? Because if they were to tell you the truth, if they were to tell you the reality of things, that would mean you would rise from a 3-dimensional world to a 5-dimensional world, which is the higher realms, right? When you're at that high dimensional, 5th dimensional world, you see the truth. You realize you can heal yourself. You realize that you can read other people, you can see other people, you can tell if other people are genuine or what. The powers that be don't want you doing that. They don't want you doing that. So they will deceive you to keep you down here and not up here. So unblocking your third eye, you'll actually be able to see through all the bull crap. Oh, Emma, you're more than welcome. I'm glad it's helped. But yeah, a lot of people think the third eye is just for seeing spirits and stuff. No, it helps you to see through all the illusion of everything. So when you're at a 5th dimension, when you are where I am, I can actually see all of the deceit that's going on around the world and why, and I can see the reasons for why. So never be afraid to open your third eye, Emma, right? Because it's actually opening your third eye actually illuminates more. You see a different world. It's a difference between being asleep and being spiritually awakened. So I hope that helps. Good question, Kerry. How do you open your third eye? There's many ways to open your third eye. Emma, are you moving around or is it Mags?
Mags.
Oh, it's me.
All right. Oh,
I've just seen my wee grandson now, he's sleeping now.
all right. To
Have you
open your
been
third...
looking for a bit of support lately, though, Mags?
Sorry?
Have you been looking for a bit of support mentally somewhere?
Have I been looking for some support?
Yeah. Like opening your mind to other things and needing a bit of support somewhere. You've been going a bit shitty. Sorry, swearing. Things been going a bit crappy and you've been looking for things like a different path and stuff.
Yes.
Question. Sorry for asking that. I know it was a bit weird, but have you a little bit in somewhere?
I'm just going to answer Kerry's question. Kerry was asking, how do you open your third eye? There's different ways of opening your third eye. Meditation is a good one. I have a meditation, Kerry, on my profile at the minute. There is two parts to it. There's a part that you do a relaxation exercise before you do the meditation. That basically de-stresses the body, clears the mind so that you're ready to do the meditation. And then the meditation itself is called Sky and Earth Grounding. What the Sky and Earth Grounding meditation does is it clears any blockages in all of your chakras, from your crown to your third eye, to your throat, to your heart, to your solar plexus, your sacral and your root chakra. And then once it clears all the blockages, and it does that by universal white healing light coming down from the universe through your chakras, out through your toes, down to Mother Earth. It wraps itself around Mother Earth. Mother Earth then sends violet healing light up through the layers of the earth, up through your chakras and out through your crown. So it grounds you to the earth and to the sky as well. But in doing that, the white light heals and clears the chakras. Mother Earth brings up that earthly healing, and it clears and heals any stress, worries. Sometimes it can alleviate pain, etc., etc. But I have a little witch's coven where I teach the craft. And one of the things that they do every single day, first thing in the morning, they will do that meditation. Last thing at night before they go to bed, they will do that meditation. Because in doing that meditation, it keeps their chakras clear. Another way to clear your third eye or any chakras is through Reiki or Kundalini Reiki. Kundalini Reiki works with your Kundalini energy, which is your life force energy. Some people see it as a snake. It's a Kundalini snake. We all have that Kundalini energy in us. You might have heard of the phrase Kundalini awakening, right? We all have Kundalini, sort of like a bodily fluid that sits at the root chakra. That's your Kundalini, that's your earth-like energy. And when your chakras are blocked, that energy sits at the root and it doesn't move. That means that at any point in time, your chakras could get blocked, sickness can appear, stress, worry, all the rest of it, right? And negativity, anxiety, you name it, right? That's where all the physical symptoms can get into place. When you have a Kundalini awakening, there might be a time in your life where you might have trauma, and that trauma can trigger the Kundalini liquid at the base of your spine, and it starts to rise. And as it rises, it spirals around your spine and around your nervous system and pretty much around your whole body till it gets to the like a snake. It's actually they call it a Kundalini. Yeah, they call it the Kundalini snake because of the way it moves. It
Like a bolt.
literally,
It swivels around your body.
yeah, it's swivel. Yeah, it spirals. It's like a spiral. It's like if you imagine a snake coiled round your spine at the bottom of your spine. When it's awakened, that snake coils all the way up out through your crown and into the universe. That's when you get a Kundalini awakening, because that fluid is not just clearing your chakras, it's taking away pain, it's taking away ailments from the body. You know how they say the body is equipped to heal itself? Yes, it can, but only if the Kundalini is awake. It's your Kundalini, which is your life force energy, that can heal ailments within the body. So when my clients come to me for Kundalini Reiki, what I'm doing is using my Kundalini life force energy, which is sent out through my hands, and I can send it anywhere around the world to heal anybody in their own home. And it awakens their Kundalini, and their Kundalini then starts to heal what needs to be healed at the time. But doing the Kundalini levels 1, 2, and masters, by the time you've done your masters, you have literally had that full awakening. Now, I've done the Yusai Reiki masters, but it's nothing compared to the Kundalini. I'm level 2, and I'm doing my Kundalini masters in September. So I'll be able to offer more treatments, such as aura healing, trauma. I'm already doing trauma. For those that are suffering trauma, I can do Kundalini distant trauma healing, and so forth. So, but yeah,
Like the
that's
positive aspects on stuff, and reminding yourself that it's all within and that you can push forward and to try and push the negativity away.
yeah. Hi, Olivia. But yeah, I hope, Kerry, that's answered your question. But you can do my Sky and Earth grounding meditation, which is on my profile. I also have meditations on my Facebook group, which is the Old Soul Spiritual Healer community group. You'll find it on the Old Soul Spiritual Healer page on Facebook. I've got a business page there, or a follow page there. If you follow that page, I've actually just put a link to the group on that page today. So you just click the link and you can join that group. All my lives, like this one, will be shared in that group page. Oh, Kerry, you're more than welcome. Yeah, you'll find me on Facebook. Honestly, I'm trying to get to 1K followers on here so that I can put my actual website link on, because it'll make it so much easier for my followers to find my page. To be because
so soothing, isn't she, Kerry? Like the voice is just dead soothing. Like I can't sleep majority of the time. And sometimes I just pop on, don't even speak, and I just listen, like while I'm trying to switch off, and the positivity in her voice and the calmness and the soothing, it's all part of what she does, and it's brilliant. It really is.
Oh, thank you. I'm just me. I just do what I tend to do. But yeah, Carrie,
the earthly senses from you, what I just pulled out before on you, the Queen of Pentacles, when it just come out and it was like the Earth Mother and stuff. It's that voice, you know, it's so soothing and it's so relaxing, but you've obviously done a lot of work in what you do.
Yeah.
Like she's not all just about the gifts carrying stuff like that. It's like she is sometimes just drawn to people. Obviously she's still got to make a living and things like that, but she does do that. She is drawn to people, and it's the earthliness of her. She's just lovely, really. Like,
thank you.
Like, watch the lives, and I started getting involved in commenting, and she's just drawn to certain people. Sometimes you can sense that there's something going on, or even if she is doing a live where she's accepting guests to thing is she's sometimes just be drawn to people as well. So you've just got to keep coming on to these lives and seeing what she's about, because it's not just a case of like send the gifts, do this, do that. If she's drawn to something at the time, she doesn't just withhold it. It's like I'm drawn to you tonight, basically, isn't it, Catherine? Like you will do that where you're just drawn to it, and it's nice. And you have got one of those really soothing voices though as well, to be fair. It's quite like chilled, and it really is. Like I've come on as a viewer, not just like somebody who knows Catherine, like she's got a mods and stuff like that. Like I'm not a mod, I'm not somebody who gifts all the time or anything. It's just she happened to come up on my live. And I was watching her one night and she was just drawn to me one night, started speaking to me. I started joining the lives more often, but I'm not on every single live either, am I, Catherine? Do you know where I missed yesterday's, and I didn't get a reading on it like that. There was no she was drawn to. It was just one of those things, but I've still ended up in a VIP thing. Every time I'm on, I come and join the live. Some days I'll speak, some days I won't, but she does just, sometimes she's just drawn to you. So if you're lucky enough to be drawn to you that night, she'll just do one anyway, whether that's what she's doing that night or not. It's like you feel it, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I do, my gift readings are genuinely gift readings, but if there's a message comes through and I'm drawn to somebody in the audience that are just basically just watching, and especially if they come in on a regular, I get regular people that come into my lives and they don't want to be in the box, they don't want to read in, they just want to watch. And sometimes it's those ones that are just sitting watching that I'll say, I'm drawn to such and such. Would you like a card? I feel I need to give you a card.
Your box. This is the first time I've ever come in the box, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I have always been a bit of a silent watcher, and then I've also done the odd comments and stuff like that. But before I even started full on commenting, I just did a little bit of a comment one day. He was like, I'm a bit drawn to you. Somebody's coming in. It's a lady. And it was dead weird because I was just sat there silently watching. I sent a bit of, like, obviously a few likes and stuff like that, like, as you do, where you tap the screen and stuff, because I was enjoying, like, just listening to you. And then obviously you had other people saying, oh, anything for me and things like that. And then all of a sudden you just went, oh, I'm a bit drawn to you. There's a lady here. And it was dead weird because I thought, that's
madness. Oh my God, Andrea says we're up to 15k likes. That is crazy.
Like
thank you so much.
It's a mother figure and stuff like that. And what I found a bit mad about it, like certain things that you were saying that night, because obviously I can't go word for word because it was a while back.
Yeah.
But it was dead weird because all the things that you were saying was pretty much true. It was like, I've never basically had a mum. The only person I had was my nan. Saying there was a lady figure coming. It's not your mom or anything like that, but there's a lady figure, but she's a mother figure to you. And it was dead weird because I'd lost my nan and stuff. And this is going back, like, you'd said this a few weeks back, but I'd lost my nan a few years ago. But you were saying, oh yeah, it's a mother figure coming in. She's not your mother, but she's here for you. She wants you to know that she's here for you and stuff like that. And everything you were saying, because obviously can't tell you word for word what you said that night, but it all sort of come, like, it was real without me. I'd not joined your Facebook thing at the time either, so you couldn't like read your Facebook. You couldn't read, obviously, if you look at my profile picture on TikTok as well, it's basically like the Kevin and Perry where he's eating a turd in the bloody sea, so you can't even like read anything from your TikTok or anything. Do you get what I mean? It was like you'd said certain things that night that rang true, so it was like, oh, hang on a minute, she might be a little bit like it, because obviously you get some of them on here, don't you? And it's like,
yeah,
or do this, do that. We'll only speak to you basically if you gift this, you gift that, or if basically even if you do gift, we won't, still might not come round to you. Do you know what I mean?
That's why I always say on my lives as well, don't gift. Oh, thank you. Don't gift until your name's on the list and we've shouted your name on the list.
Yeah.
And that's so that you're not gifting and then not getting a reading. Because I've
Yeah.
seen that so many times, people on other people's lives, and they've gifted for a reading, and then the reader will say, "Oh, I've run out of time. Sorry, I can't fit everybody else on the list." Whereas I will always say on my readings, put your name down on the list if you want a reading, and then when your name is called, that's when you gift, so that you're not wasting a gift if we run out of time on that
Yeah, like
particular live.
you sat there on your lives just saying, "Oh yeah, do this, and I'll give you this." Like you've never done that.
No,
Like ever. Like I said, like sometimes you've gone on and you're drawn to people. Like I was just
Emma, thank you for the gifts. You don't have to gift, honestly.
I was just a bit of a random that had just like joined your life just randomly one night 'cause I can't sleep.
Thank
'Cause
you,
I've got a
Mags.
kid. He's 1.5. He sleeps with me in bed and everything like that. I've got 3 other kids, so like sometimes just can't sleep. So
Yeah,
obviously I'd just come across your live one night and I hadn't been on it long. It was dead weird because I don't know whether I needed that as well. And
yeah.
when I probably did, it was like maybe I did need a bit of that, like seeking out something, but I wasn't actually seeking it. You were just drawn to me. I wasn't begging for anything, or you were just like, I'm a little bit drawn to you tonight. Like there's a lady coming through, and it was dead weird. I found it so bizarre. And then, do you know when you did the animal read, like
Yeah,
the above, behind you, the sides
yeah.
and stuff
The
like
the
that?
totem animals.
That was absolutely mental. That because me behind me was the turtle thing, and I've got this like wooden. It's like, oh, how do you explain it? Do you know like the Chinese like wooden frame things, but it's got like the white, like pearly type in it.
Yeah,
Does that make sense? I
yeah.
don't know how to describe it, but I've got a turtle like that behind me, right, where I sit, and it's always behind. You mentioned about the elephant under my feet, and I was drawn to a rug. I know it sounds really stupid, but I was drawn to this rug with an elephant on it at Towing, and it's always underneath my feet because I'm always in the kitchen. I put the rug in the kitchen. Don't know why, but I'm always spending a lot of time in the kitchen. Obviously, 4 kids, you are going to.
I'm the same. Always in the
It's always
kitchen.
underneath my feet.
Always in the
So
kitchen, isn't it?
dead
Mums are
weird.
always in the kitchen.
Yeah, it was dead weird because I was like, oh my God, these animals that's just like calling out. Like the one that behind me, I've always got this turtle behind me, and I've always got the elephant underneath my feet. The others, I could sort of get with what you were saying though, but I've not quite always like related to it. But that might come to me. Maybe I'll go one day,
Yeah,
oh my God, that. Because there's so many different animals, I couldn't even tell you which ones you told me. But the ones
yeah.
that you did that night was like, oh my God, that's always behind me. That turtle behind the couch, like when I'm sat. When I'm in the kitchen, that elephant's always underneath my feet. Like the elephant's always lifting me. Do you get what I mean? It was dead weird. So when you
Yeah.
like read it out, it did make sense. I mean, like I said, like some of the animals, I'm like, maybe it'll come to me one day, but I can't even remember all the animals, if you know what I mean. I wish I'd have written it down because I think if I'd have sat there and written it down, or I could go back on the live of what was on that, it might make more sense to me. But them two proper stood out. It was like, why did they even come out?
The
That
live
turtle
might.
though come out a few times that night as well for people. But for me, I've got a literal Chinese like wooden thing with like the pearl, like the turtle's a pearl, basically. Like it's mad. You'd have to see it. I'll have to send you a picture of it actually.
Yeah.
But it's always
I've
sat
got a wee
behind
turtle
me,
on one. It's all
and that was the animal that
glass.
comes me behind
Oh,
animal.
have you got a turtle as well?
It's all glass and different colours in it.
Oh, love that.
And I've got an elephant blanket.
You'll have
Turtles
to
are
see
there.
one night. You know what, Mags, right? She might be doing those animal readings one of these nights, right? And they'll end up coming out in them. I'm telling you, if they don't, I'd be shocked. And I tell you what, if they turn up in the way you've got them placed in your house, that's even more freaky, innit? Do you know what I mean? It's weird. Like I couldn't believe that animals actually came out. I actually couldn't cope with it.
I remember doing Gemma's animals, and I always remember two of her animals because she went on and on and on about them, so much so that it kind of stuck in my memory. But Gemma's inner animal was a squirrel, she went, well, that's me then, isn't it? I'm always hiding my nuts somewhere under somebody's blankets, you know? And I'm like, oh my gosh. And then she's like, well, okay, what have I got on, below my feet? And I'll say, well, you've actually got a kangaroo. Oh yeah, I've got springs in my feet, that's for sure. She says, of all the animals I've got to have
speak
underneath
about
me is
nuts in my house because I've got 3 boys. There's too many nuts in here.
Oh, bless. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But, oh, it's just mad. It's mad. Andrea, were you in the live with the animal cards? Don't know if Andrea was in that night. I will definitely have to do the totem animals again.
Yeah, that animal night that night was absolutely. I'd actually caught that one. Like I was gutted yesterday when I missed that with the pendulums and stuff. But that animal one was absolutely amazing.
You'll get the pendulum ones on my group. It's posted in the group now.
Okay, right. I'll check for that. I'm not always, to be honest with you, with having me so many kids and stuff, and then in and out of hospitals and things like that. Like I'm not always on the TikTok or the Facebook, so just as and when I catch it, to be honest. But I always seem to sometimes catch it, but sometimes catch it a bit too late. So
all right, Andrea. Well, Andrea, if you're in my, if you've requested to join my Facebook group tonight, I'll obviously anybody that's requested to join my Facebook group, I will approve them all when I come off the live.
Is it the same name as your name on this one?
Yeah, it's the Old Soul Spiritual Healer, but the group's actually got community group.
Right.
But the easiest way to find it, to be honest, is if you type in on the search for Facebook, the Old Soul Spiritual Healer, it'll come up with my public page. And on that public page, I've actually just today put a link to my community group.
Yeah, don't shut that, Catherine. I just keep at it until you get more and more followings on here, and just keep at that. I think keep projecting it while you're on here. Keep reminding people that it's on the Facebook as well, because sometimes people are not always on the TikTok, but they're not always on the Facebook. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's difficult, I think, sometimes in brewing up them followings. I think personally, just keep sticking at it. Because you did lose one of you chose to leave one of your TikTok ones, didn't you, that had a 3K following?
Yeah, because it was mainly because of the negativity.
Yeah.
When
you're going to get that though, whenever you are, because not everybody believes in it. Not everybody is going to agree with what people are saying, and you're going to sometimes get that negativity. But you've got to sometimes, as much as you're brilliant at giving the advice, you've got to sometimes take your own advice, Catherine. Do you get what I mean? And follow that.
But my first account that went to 3K, I was not that experienced on TikTok. I was more experienced on Facebook, to be honest. So when you first come onto TikTok, you always hear, don't you? Follow, hit those buttons, get as many followers as you can. It's all about the numbers. It's all about getting those numbers. It's all about this, that, and the next thing. So, of course, when I first joined TikTok, it was all about following anybody I could follow. Didn't matter who they were, as long as I got up to my 1K and 2K and whatever.
The wrong people.
Yeah, and what you don't realize is when you just go for the numbers rather than the actual people that you're actually following on here, then you're going to get the negativity.
Yeah.
So now what I tend to do is... if somebody's wanting to follow me, I will read their profile first, and if they are negative, I just don't follow them.
Yeah.
So I'm not about the numbers anymore. It's all about, a lot of people will say, oh, you've only got 700 followers. I'm quite happy with my 700 followers.
You, to be honest, like I did.
Yeah. I'm quite happy with my 700 or whatever followers, because I just show up and do my thing. And if people want to follow, if people find me, like Mags found me today, you found me, Andrea knew me on the old account, but she's now found me on this one again, people will find me, and that's the way I like working.
Well, though, isn't it, Kath? You know, like they've got to be drawn to you as much as you're drawn to them.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's why on Facebook, the Facebook group is more like a very small group, but it's a very nice spiritual community of really positive-minded people.
Obviously, I have heard you mention like your Facebook thing before, and then I think was it last night? I said, "Oh, I'll go and look for that actually." But I think it's better sometimes it being such a small group because it's people that want to be in it, rather than just like throwing it and it's loads of people that like take the mick out of stuff that we're talking about. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And then I think it's better to get the followers in a sense where they are legit followers that want to be in that group and want to interact, but it just takes a little bit longer than it would if you're trying to like.
Yeah, and that's why my group's small. That's why my group's small. Not just that. You don't get into my group until you've read the rules and agreed to the rules, because I've got very strict rules. And part of the rules is to protect the community that's in that group. So, for example, one of my rules is if you're coming in to bully or to harass or to really make the members feel uncomfortable, guess what? I'm booting you out. There's no ifs, buts, or maybes.
Exactly. You don't have the people of the light, then you're gone.
Yeah. You know, because at the end of the day, it's a spiritual group, and you've got people in there that are coming to me for advice, that are going into the chat room because there's a chat room linked to that. And a lot of people like that because they can get one-to-one access with me through that chat room. They can meet other people like Gemma and Michelle and all the lovely souls that we've got in there. And they can really just chat about their day and stuff. They don't want negative Nancy's coming in and putting them down and bullying them and making them feel really, really bad. So we just have this no tolerance rule in there. And I have mods or I have admins in there that watch all the conversations, not just in the group itself, but in the chat room. And it's not like 3 strikes and you're out. It's like 1 strike and you're out.
Yeah, because everybody's life's different and everybody's seeking a different thing. But the only thing that everybody wants in life is that positivity, really, isn't it? Like that guidance, that.
Kelly, you're more than welcome, honestly. You're more than welcome. If you look up Facebook page, the All Soul Spiritual Healer, it's the same name as I've got on TikTok, because that's my business name. The All Soul Spiritual Healer is my business name. Lady M, which is what everybody calls me, it's short for Lady Moonlight, which is my spiritual name.
Yeah, because you do it all, don't you? Where you do spiritual, you do the paranormal, like with people if they've got things going on. Like me personally, I'm just all for the positivity, the peace, love and light. Basically, it's like, but everybody's got their own little path and journey that they need to seek and what they need to go and look for, and the guidance that they need, whether that would be the paranormal, whether that would be the positivity, getting rid of the negativity, getting rid of
brilliant, Kelly. I will add you in when I've finished the live, so you'll be in there tonight. For anyone that has missed the meditation that I did in here earlier on tonight, tomorrow I will be adding this whole live into that group, so you can rewatch the group. I think I might be mistaken, Emma, but I think the animal one is in that group as well somewhere. If you scroll down some of the old lives, the totem animal one's in there, so you'll know which animals you picked the other night.
I need to find that then. I really do. I need to have a look at that, because I'd like to know which animals are in that, because it was absolute madness. It was just them two that proper stuck out to me. Like I said, like the turtle being behind me, the bloody elephant at my feet. Like, it was dead weird because I've got them at my home and that's exactly where they sit. So them two, I think there was 7, was there?
Yeah.
but them two proper stuck out to me because, like I said, they were where they should be. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. Okay, thank you. At least I know who to look for.
I'll be honest, I can't remember him because obviously it was a couple of weeks back now, but it just stuck with me, the two of them.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think there's another 5. I need to have another look back on it because obviously I couldn't go back on it and remember which animals they were unless I actually sat down and written them. Do you know, which I didn't. I didn't have a pen to paper. I had a baby in bed with me and I was just them two.
As you do.
Them two just proper stuck out to me. Like, it was like, oh my God, I actually do have an elephant at my feet with that rug, and I do have the turtle behind me with that plaque. Because it's dead mad because that plaque, like, do you know what, right, there was 3 of them actually that I bought, and I actually remember my dad taking the mick out of me because I bought them secondhand. They were wooden plaques with mother of pearl, that's the one. They're made of the mother of pearl inside this like mahogany plaque.
Mm-hmm.
And my dad taking the mick out of me because I spotted them at a secondhand shop, and I was like, I've got to buy them. He was like, well, one of them's a bit chipped. And I was like, I don't care. And he was like, yeah, but it's a tenner for 3. And I was like, I don't care, the mahogany. And they've got the mother of pearl, like, things on them. And there was 3 of them. I think one's a dragon. And I can't remember what the other one is. But the other one, the one that sits right in the middle, which is always behind, is the turtle. And I was drawn to that. And now when I bought my rug, I was drawn to that as well. So it was like, it was things that I was drawn to, not just like, they were bought for me, or I'd just gone out like shopping at like said the Range or B&M or something like that. They wasn't bought just like in a
Kerry, absolutely. That's how people how people find me. Even Emma found me that way. It was like she didn't mean to come on the live one night and she just found me on the live and she just came in and sat. Generally, that's how people find me. They weren't going to come on. And all of a sudden, for some reason, they are drawn to come on the live, and they end up in my live.
I know, I was just sitting listening to you. I was just scrolling by, and then I came onto your page, but I was just sitting listening at first. And then I says hi, because I was wondering who you were. It was just your voice. It can hang with me.
Yeah.
It's really peaceful, isn't it? Like, it's just the voice. And even when she has, like, a mod on and stuff, it's really chill, and it's like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I've been on before and I've gone, oh, any chance of reading or anything like that, but I've joined dead late, and obviously a mod has said, not tonight, we've already done everything today and stuff like that. But there was one night where everything had all like finished up and stuff, but she was like, do you know what, I'm really drawn to Emma. I'm got well, my name on here now is Emla, but she was like, I'm really drawn to Emma, and she just give me one just dead random. Like, it wasn't like a mod was saying, oh no, you're not doing it tonight and stuff. She just went, do you know what, I'm drawn to this now. I was drawn to it because it was dead peaceful, and obviously like with having a baby in bed with me, like he's 1.5. So like I don't sleep some nights and stuff, because even when he goes to sleep I'm overstimulated and I can't get myself off to care. And just the voices, sometimes it was like I'll put it on in the background, you know, just to listen to it.
Yeah.
Then obviously other nights I've sort of interacted and stuff, so it just depends what I'm doing that night really with myself. Like sometimes
I have some followers that actually just go through my profile and go through my cards of the day just to hear the voice. They might be having, and they'll say, I just listened to your card readings, not just for the readings, but it's something about your voice. If I'm having a stressful day, I'll just put your card readings on and I'll just chill out.
Yeah, it's peaceful.
Yeah.
Really peaceful, Catherine. It's really, really peaceful, like, just to listen. Like, sometimes, like, you don't have to just, because sometimes people, as much as it's nice to get, like, obviously, I know it's easy enough to give a like and stuff like that, but as much as, like, sometimes you want the likes, or not just you, just, like, anybody on here, like, the comments and stuff, sometimes people are a little bit like, I don't really just want to comment, you know, like, sometimes you're just drawn to it.
Oh my God, we've got 20k. 20k likes, folks. Thank you so much. I don't think I've ever had 20k.
You just like to listen to it sometimes because it's so peaceful, like, you know, especially like because you do talk about the positivity.
Thank you, Max.
And it's sometimes that's what people are seeking as well, you know, the positiveness in life. It's because life is so hard sometimes, isn't it? And people are so easy to like give themselves a bad time.
Yeah.
Like it's so easy to say, "Oh, I'm this and I'm that," and I'm everything's worthless. And sometimes it's so hard to find a good thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
I can
especially
scroll
when
through.
you're so low. Like when you're so low and you're at rock bottom, it's difficult to pick yourself back up. And I think sometimes when you've got somebody speaking on TikTok about the positive things and to remind yourself like that not everything is negative and you've got to start finding that like it's different for everybody, isn't it? Like
Yeah.
you can't just say, "Oh, just be positive," because it doesn't work like that, does it?
No. You've got to really dig for
for yourself. Like it can be so small. Like even if you struggle, say that day, like every day, like say you're a person that really struggles to even get yourself out of bed, to brush teeth, brush your hair, go for a shower, even if you've done just one of those things and you find it so difficult to do any of those things, look at it as a positive that you've done something for yourself that day, whether it's so small. It doesn't matter how minuscule it is.
Yeah.
You've got to remind yourself how the world is such a negative place and such a small thing is such a big thing for some people, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I had a lady come to me one time and she said to me, Lady M, I am so annoyed at myself because I do a to-do list every day and I only get through half of it, and then I kick myself at the end of the day because I only completed half. And I said, right, okay, let's sit down and talk about it. And the first thing I said to her, right, okay, how many things have you got on your to-do list each day? And she'll say, I've got 15. Right, okay, let's break this down. Let's break it down because 15 is way too much for you to do in one day, right? So we need to break that down.
Personally, though, Catherine, even if you do one thing off that list, it's positive.
Yeah. So what I always say, if you're doing a to-do list, do 2 lists. You're going to do all the things that you need to do and put it on a list. Then you're going to break that list down. You're going to look at the things that you've got on that list. What thing on that list cannot wait till tomorrow? It has to be done ASAP.
Right now.
Right? So then you will put that to the top of the list because that's got to be done no matter what, right? Then you go back to your first list. What's the second thing that needs to be done that can't wait till tomorrow? Then you put that under the top one, right? So you might still have your 15 things, right? But by the time you've done your 15 things and you've looked at your priority list, even if you do the top 5 things on that list, you've sorted the priority out, right?
Yeah.
I always say, cut your list. If it's a long list, like 10 or 15, cut it down. Put the things that can wait till tomorrow or the next day out of the list. Chuck it out, right? The things that definitely have to be done that day, that's the ones you put on the list. Now, you might have 5 things that have definitely got to be done that day. If you cut that 15 down to 5 and you've done 2 of those 5, it doesn't matter. 2 out of those 5 is better than none out of those 5. If you've completed 5 of those, you're going to go to your bed at night happier because you've done the whole 5 rather than, shit, I've not done all my 15.
Yeah.
And I am so mad at myself because I was going to do this and I was going to do that. One thing that I would always put on your to-do list, me. What do I mean by that? When you're doing, got to get the kids to school, got to go to work, got to do this, got to do that, you've got to put you in there. And you give yourself an hour a day, just 1 hour a day where you can spend on you. Now that might be doing meditation, might be doing your hair, doing your nails, having a pamper night. It doesn't matter. it's got to be something that involves you and
Even
taking
if it's
care of
just so
you.
small to get up, do yourself a brew and give yourself 5 minutes that day. It's so minuscule that you need to do for yourself.
Yeah,
It really is, isn't it?
yeah. I mean, I've done a short sky and earth grounding video on my profile. It takes 10 minutes. Who hasn't got 10 minutes in the morning for themselves? Right? I had a lady once, and she wanted a meditation from me, and I did a meditation specifically for her, and I sent it across to her, and it was a 10-minute one. And then I asked her the next day, "How did you get on?" "Oh, I didn't have time." And I'll say, "Right, okay. Why didn't you have time in the first thing in the morning?" "Well, I had to get the kids to school, so I had to get them up at 7 o'clock, and then I had to get their breakfast." And
I do get that sometimes though, as being like a mother of 4, and I get up every morning at like 6 a.m. and stuff, and then you're putting everybody first. I do sort of get that though.
Yeah, but what I said to her, change it up, right? If you know that you're getting up at 7 to get your kids up and dressed, right? Get up 6:30.
Yeah, so you've got that half an hour before
So
you've
you've got
got
half an hour to do your 10-minute meditation. You're already set for getting the kids up then. And they'll turn around and say, "Oh, that's quite easy. I never thought of it that way. I just thought, oh, I've got to get up at 7 and I've got to get the kids up and I've got to do this or whatever." She said, "I never thought about giving myself like half an hour before I have to actually get the kids up that I can have to myself."
Sometimes thought, when you are sinking a little bit though, on another level, like if you are sinking a little bit though and you are struggling and you think, I can't just get myself up an extra half hour, because if you are sinking, just reminding yourself, because you haven't got them 10 minutes in that day, just reminding yourself that you still have got up, done what you need to do that day to get the kids in school, and you've not found them 10 minutes though for yourself, you're still winning. You get what I mean? Because you've still got yourself up, you're doing it.
And you know what? At the end of the day, if you can't give yourself that 10 minutes in the morning, when the kids are all at school and you might have like that coffee break, you can sit and give yourself 10 minutes during that coffee break.
Yeah, you've got it's so hard sometimes, because I do understand that sometimes, like, I don't know whether I'm looking at that personally in a sense, like, because like, yes, sometimes it is easy enough to go, well, I'll tell you what, I'll set me alarm for an extra half hour.
Thank you, Mags.
What if sometimes you are sinking a little bit and you are giving all you can? Sometimes that is still good enough in life, because you're still trying, and that's all that's needed during that day. It's not, yes, you should try and find, I'm not saying, I'm not going against you, by the way, Catherine, because I do get what you mean. You need to find them 10 minutes for yourself. But sometimes when you're in that headspace where you're thinking, do you know what, I'm doing the best that I can, I'm getting up when I can, I'm trying to take the kids to school, I'm trying to clean up, I'm trying to work on, I'm trying to do this. Sometimes if you can't find that, that's okay as well. That is enough. You're doing
that is enough. Do you know what? If you can get yourself out of bed, that's enough.
Yeah, just being able to wake up in the morning is for some people, not everybody. I'm talking about there is a minute of people as well that can't find them 10 minutes. They feel like they're sinking. That is still fine. And that's just not going against what you're saying, by the way, Catherine, but I just wanted to let anybody who's in the chat now to know that even if you're thinking, I can't actually do that, that is okay. Just the fact that you're waking up in the morning, just the fact that you're still here, you're doing what you need to do, that is still okay. Yeah. Like, I just wanted to put that out there. Like, I didn't mean that against you, by the way, Catherine. I just wanted to let anybody know that if they couldn't do any more than they're doing, then that's fine as well. It's okay to be struggling sometimes.
Yeah, because we do have our bad days. Even I have my bad days, and it's kind of like, I'm going to have a lie-in today, and I'm not, all right, I can do my, we all have those moments when, I might, I don't do very well around negative people. So if I've got a meeting with somebody or whatever else, and those people are negative, I can come home and I'm really drained, because I'm an empath, and empaths get drained with negative people. And yet there are times where I'm like, well, you know what? It doesn't matter that I didn't do my meditation before I went to my bed. Sleep's more important.
Yeah.
Because I'm still getting that release from sleep. But what I always do as well is I do a little daily gratitude thing every single day, because sometimes daily gratitudes can put you in a positive mindset even if you're in a negative one. So my gratitude list always starts with, universe, I am grateful that I woke up today because somebody else didn't.
Yes.
And the fact that I've just woke up today, that's good enough.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful for it. Universe, I'm grateful that I've got a roof over my head and food on the table.
It's an awful way to sort of think sometimes, but sometimes you've got to think there's always people that are in a worse position, even though you don't feel it at that time.
Yep.
There's
You know,
always
I've had people saying to me, I've got nothing in my life, and I'll say to them, okay, let's break that down.
Yeah, what have you got? What's going on in your life? What's there? Have you
And
got
I'll say to them, did you wake up this morning?
If everybody struggles with money, we understand that in a sense, because everybody does. But it could be worse where you haven't got something over your head. You could be literally on a breakdown where there's nothing. Like, you wouldn't even be on this chat now where you could actually speak and there's somebody to talk to. Like, there's people there who's got nobody around them, no roof over the head, no gas, electric on, no anything in the cupboards. Even if it's just like, I've got a pot noodle in the cupboard, you've got something in your cupboard. You know, it's like anything small, you've got to look at the really, really small, minute things that you have got going on and think,
thank you, Kelly. Yeah, exactly. Kelly, you're welcome to come up in the box if you want, hon. If you want in the box, let us know if you want to join in the conversation. But yeah, I always do gratitude, because I always think, you know, when people say, oh, I haven't got anything, I'll say, right, okay, do you have a roof over your head? Yeah. Well, do you know what? Somebody else doesn't. Somebody else is actually sleeping out in the elements. Even in the winter, you know, we're coming up for winter, right? If you got a roof over your head, you've got heating, you've got food on the table. As Emma says, even a pot noodle is still a pot noodle that somebody else hasn't got, right? We don't think of it like that. You know, did you wake up this morning? Yeah. Well, somebody else didn't. Somebody else went to their bed last night and didn't wake up this morning.
It's like, there's people with children, like, I've not got my kids this, I've not got my kids that, but then you've got to also look at it if there's kids out there that haven't even got a loving home. Like, it's not always about the named brands, it's not always about what's that. If you're still providing them with a bit of food or whatever, and you can't provide fully, imagine the kids that haven't got that loving, stable home, that love and warmth. Do you get what I mean? It's not always just about money in a sense. It's what you can give mentally as well. Do you know? I know obviously you want to be able to like feed your kids and stuff like that. I don't mean it in that sense. Yeah. But like, sometimes you feel like I'm not following what others are doing on Facebook, or I'm not following what others are doing. I feel like sometimes as a society as well, everybody's always looking at what everybody else is doing and what everybody else has got, and how much money they've got, and how have I got my home decorated, or what clothing has my kids got compared to them. And they're not looking at the bigger picture of like, but are you clothing your children? Are you feeding your children? Have you got a roof over your head? Are you providing like what you need in that sense? Do you get what I mean? It's always about the materialistic things. Like
the exactly. It's about the materialistic things. Do you know, when when I was going through like my 30 years abusive marriage, and I was bringing up my own 2 kids, and my daughter's friends were dressed in the highest gear. You know, they had to have the Adidas trainers, and they had to have the Nike trainers, and they had to have all of these. And you know, we were hardworking, and we didn't. Our wages weren't that great at the time, so you know, I was a stay-at-home mum when my kids were growing up, and then when they were old enough, I worked as a carer for a while until I lost my vision, and then I had to go self-employed to do what I do now. But I remember my daughter coming and saying, Mum, can I get a £200 pair of trainers because my friend's got a pair? And I'll say, no. You've got a pair of trainers that are brand new. Yeah, but they're not Adidas. Yeah, they're not Nike. And I would say no, because you've got a pair of trainers. I'm not giving you £200 for a name, because that's what it is. I says, those Nike trainers are made the same as the trainers that you've got on your feet.
Yeah.
The only difference is you're paying for a sports name, a brand name, a designer name, right? And I said, you have got a decent pair of shoes on your feet. Sadly, my abusive ex would hear me say, no, you're not getting, and he would give her the £200 for the trainers. And I would go absolutely crazy, and I would say, what are you teaching your daughter?
It's hard growing up, and like certain things, like the way children are, they are cruel, but I think that comes from the parents as well.
Yeah.
It's like the society that we live in, like the things that are coming out of sometimes children's mouths, adults' mouths.
Yes, exactly. It's like I would say, yeah, I would say no to my daughter, and my ex would say yes. And I'm thinking, what are you teaching your daughter? You're teaching your daughter that whatever she asks for, she deserves to get, or she's going to definitely get, you know? And then when she became a mum herself, she was going, she was basically going the cheapest of food to buy her 6-month-old child a designer hat from Next, which cost £70, which that child will grow out of in a month.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, what the actual? You're
like
scrimping.
My dad was a single dad on his own. Like my mum, signed me over to my dad. Like he got me at like 10 months old, but she signed the official papers like by the time I was about 2 or 3 to sign me over to my dad. Now I grew up like my dad always tried the best. He did actually give me like the named brands if he could afford it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But we went camping and things like that, like where other people were like going abroad and stuff. But do you know what? Like we went camp. My dad did the best that he could do. He was a single dad, working, but he sometimes worked and he sometimes didn't, because obviously with having a young daughter on his own, no actual support to like bring me up. Obviously as a kid sometimes I was really grateful for what I had, but sometimes I always thought, oh, how come we never did that, and like they're doing that, do you know, like, because that's the society you live in.
Yeah.
But as I got older, I look back on them memories and I think, do you know what, I've actually got some better memories with my dad, where we used to sit outside the tent with the camp chair looking at stars, watching bloody like stars shooting across and stuff like that. I've got better memories with my dad, and all my friends remember my dad and stuff like that more than what like they have memories with their parents, or I have memories of their parents, because my dad always pitched in with things like that. Like he'd take me and my friends out for walks and picnics and things. Like he was such a full-on dad. Like it was the time and effort, not the money spent. Now my dad, as I got older, got a better job. Like obviously,
Kerry's just said she's just come back from camping with her family and she's had the best time ever. Absolutely.
It's brilliant. Now, like, as my dad got older, he did get a better job where he could start affording more things and things like that. Like, and he tries to treat my kids and things like that, because he is, like, my dad's 64, but he still does, like, a 12-hour shift.
Yeah.
He's working 4 on, 4 off, but it's a 12-hour shift in a very hot place. He's 64. He shouldn't be doing what he's doing, really, but he does, because he keeps plodding. And he treats me kids and things like that. But at the same time, I sometimes think, do you know what? The upbringing I had, as you get an adult, it does make you appreciate the fine. Like, sometimes when I was younger, I didn't appreciate the things that I had at the time.
Yeah.
Then as I got older and I look back, it's the memories you make. And then I watch my dad with my children. He took them camping. Even though we could afford to go and do something else, he didn't. Because obviously as I got older, he got a better job and more money coming in and things like that. But he still has took my kids camping and things and tried to give them that experience and stuff like that. And do you know what? They've got more memories and better things from that experience than they have any money being spent. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, my dad was my outdoor nature lover type thing, because he loved the outdoors. And the things that he would teach you when you were outdoors. Like we went to a place in the country and he says, I need to show you something. He says, I want to show you how powerful nature is. And he said, where do trees grow? And I said, usually on the earth, and trees will grow out of the earth. You know, they start with a tree sapling and they grow into big trees. He said, yeah, right, okay. Now I'm going to show you something else. And he took me to this massive rock, and this rock was solid. But in the middle of this big rock, right through the middle of this rock, grew a tree. And he said, that rock is solid, yet the force of that tree growing was strong enough to break through the center of that rock and grow through it. And it's grown to a full-grown tree. That's the power of nature. And now I look in nature. I love walking. We live in a small village, so we go for we've got a large forest, which I absolutely love, walking in the woods. We're quite lucky. It's just 5 minutes walk from our front door. And when, we'll walk in the woods and we'll see a brick wall that literally has a tree that's actually grown all the way through, or a plant that's grown all the way through that brick wall. And it just goes to show, where there is life and where there is a will, even in nature, there is a way. And without you going in and sitting out in nature, or, like Kerry and yourself were saying, camping, right? If you're in a hotel, you can't very well lie in your bed in a hotel and watch the stars or the moon or the planets or whatever, or the star oscillations and stuff.
Yeah.
But when you're camping, you can.
Mm-hmm.
My dad, he's not into all the spiritual things like we are into and things like that. But my dad always got me into looking at the stars, looking at the moon, looking at the surroundings, and he's not into all the stuff because my dad's one of them. He's and I remember getting a bit upset when I was little because he was like, well, I know you believe in all this stuff, Em, and stuff like that, no, being young as well. And he was like, to me, it's your shell, it's a battery. Once you're gone, you're gone. I do understand that to a certain extent, because in a way I sort of look at it as in, do you know what, your body is just a shell, but then what is the afterwards? Do you get what I mean? To me, even though I feel like he's right in what he's saying, I still sort of span that in a ways and go, I know where you're coming from, but what if there is something more? Because you've taught me about all this, there's the stars, the moon, there's an outer space, there's the universe, there's all different galaxies and things like that. Who's to say that this is just the reality of it now? Who's not to say there's extra things and extra beings out there? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah, well, being a starseed, I can tell you there's definitely more things out there than you realise.
Yeah. You can't. I think it's actually rude as a human society to say, well, they're a nut job then because they believe that there's other things. That's actually quite constricted in your thinking, really, isn't it? Because who's to say, if we're living beings on this planet, who's to say there's not more out there?
Yeah.
There's things that you could never, the human mind couldn't even comprehend what there is, because we're not built in that way as a society to believe that there's other things and other beings. We're sort of programmed to believe we're the sole entity of everything, when really that's really rude, isn't it? Because when you think about it, there's
no
a lot
problem,
more,
Mags. It's been lovely welcoming you to the chat, honestly. If you're on Facebook, give me a little shout. Thank you so much, Mags, for joining us tonight and jumping in the box. Have a great night. But yeah, Kerry was saying even her girls loved watching the sky and the stars. Absolutely.
I think a lot of people, once you sit there and you look at it, are all drawn to it. There's a reason why we're drawn. To the vaster outer space and stuff, and there's a lot more to life than what we know it. Do you know what I mean? It's
Well, a lot of people say there's the Earth and there is like all the planets and the galaxies, and then there's heaven and hell and all the rest of it. There's more than heaven and hell.
I don't
Right.
know. I'm not one for a believer just necessarily like there's this paradise we're going to. I don't mean if anybody's a believer, I don't go against what you say either. Just to put that out there, like I'm not saying like oh yeah, God and all that is non-existent, because as a person living on this earth, this moment in time, I can't say there's a yes or a no.
Yeah.
But what I can say is that I'm a firm believer that there's not necessarily a God that's just a creator of this earth. There's not necessarily a heaven and a hell, because obviously there's free will. This is the thing as well about this, like there's a hell. Well, if there was a God, this wouldn't be happening. You know,
Yeah.
there's also a free will in life as well, where people will go to the dark side of things, you know, where it's like, well, if there was a God, why is this happening? This is what I mean about the free will.
Yeah.
But like there's a lot more out there than what is projected on people these days, where there's just this God and there's just this heaven and hell. There's a lot more to it than I could actually explain. I don't know how to put it into context. I don't know how to put it into words, but I just sort of know that there's a bit more out there than what we're programmed to believe at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I've been I've been a starseed and stuff. You do astral travel to different realms, and you know, there's more. You know, we are just if you think about it, and I'm going to show you a little thing that you can do. So you rub your hands together like so. All right. Okay, so you're getting some kind of friction going there. And then what you're going to do is you're going to keep your hands pressed together. All right, keep them really pressed together. And then you're just going to pull them apart a little bit. Now focus on the space between your hands and close your eyes and feel. What do you feel between your hands?
Like a magnet pushing apart.
Yeah, it's a magnetic force, right? Now try and pull that a little bit further. Right? And now a little bit further. You can still feel that magnet energy, right? In between your hands. You're going to pull it a little bit. Yep, you're going to pull it a little bit further. Now you're going to push it a little bit and feel the tension as you're pushing that force back.
It's like the positive to the negative, isn't it?
Yeah, right.
The magnet.
Right. So that space in between your hands is part of your aura, right? It's your auric field. We have an aura that is 7 layers thick. So you think your body ends here. It doesn't. Your body actually ends round about here in all directions, right? So you have a 7 aura thick, right? So when you think about that, when you're doing that and you're pulling very slowly, you're feeling your own aura, that is your spiritual energy, right? Now you can roll that into a ball by doing that. Curl that energy into a ball, and you'll actually feel as if you've got a ball in between your hands. You can make that ball bigger and bigger. And bigger. Now, if you take that ball and place that ball like that over your knee, and just take your mouth to the opening in your hands and blow very slowly, warm breath. Feel the energy that goes into your knee. So when people say we're only a human body, no, we're more than a human body. Right? It's when we either bury our dead or we cremate them, we think, oh my gosh, they're away, there's nothing left. You're creating the shell, you're cremating or you're burying the shell, which then becomes a skeleton. As soon as we pass over, we leave the shell, and we have the energy that you feel in between your hands. That's spirit. That's your spirit. That energy leaves the body completely. You can't see that energy in between your hands unless you place that. You can actually see your own, you can train your eyes to see your own aura. And one way of doing that is hold your open hand like that against something white, whether it's a piece of white paper or a white wall, and you're looking not at your fingers, but the space in between your fingers. And if you keep concentrating on the space in between your fingers, you'll see colours. That's your auric colours. That's your aura. You might even see just black or shadow, or you might see blues, you might see reds, you might just see a black shadow in between your fingers. That's your own aura. That's you looking at your own aura.
You sometimes see different colours depending on how your moods are that day and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly that. Which is,
So like looking
yeah,
at it right now, and I'm like, oh my god, it's dark, and I'm like, oh, that's because I feel dark within.
Yeah. But people will say to me, oh, there's only the human body, and then I'll show them that, and they're like, oh, well, maybe there's not then. Yeah, there's more to the human body.
Yeah, 100%. Like that's what I was trying to say to my dad, like, because like he's always got this like in him where he's like, well, you're like a battery, like a Duracell battery. Once it's gone, it's gone. And it's like, yeah, it is, but there's more to it, Dad, than just like you can't be ignorant to the fact that there's probably something more. Do you get
there's
what I mean?
A lot more. Yeah, there's a lot
and
more.
I don't mean in this like heaven and hell. Like I'm not going to judge like people thinking, oh yeah, because sometimes I know as a child when I used to think like that, oh, there's this paradise and I'm going to go there and we're all going to meet up. Like I think that sometimes obviously is a defense mechanism to like I can't bear the thought of like that's the end of stuff.
Yeah.
But I also get where somebody like my dad, like being atheist that he is, like I understand where he's coming from. You're like a Duracell battery, once you're gone, you're gone.
Yeah.
But in the same breath, like he believes in certain stuff, like he's so into like the outer space and there is probably something more and stuff. And I'm like, but you're into that, like why don't you open your mind that maybe when we are gone, it's not that we're gone, and I'm not saying it's necessarily a God and a heaven and earth, but remember everything gives back into the universe. Like like a star might end, yeah, but
it is scary. It's very fascinating.
Into the universe, do you get what I mean? Like you've got all the little different things that are going off from that and creating stuff. Like when there was this like so-called Big Bang, say, like the scientific things that had happened, what we know as that Big Bang wasn't the end of something, it was the beginning of something.
Yeah.
So like that created like all these like things shooting across in the universe, things clumping together and creating like the Earth, the moons, the other planets, the gases coming together. So necessarily like a big bang at the end of something can also be the beginning of something, if that makes sense. Or am I sounded like right? Like
No.
I don't know. I don't know whether I sound like I'm making sense there, but it's like the end isn't always the end of something, is it? It can be the beginning of something new. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the end of the person.
It's like Mother Earth. Mother Earth is getting destroyed bit by man's
You
greed.
just said that, and what did I say to you before with that card? What did it say?
Yeah.
The Mother Earth.
Yeah, right. Mother Earth is in peril as we speak, and that's why there's more and more star seeds or earth angels such as myself coming to Earth, because when Mother Earth is under threat of total oblivion, the universe will then throw in people that is going to say, no, we have to change this up. We really have to change this up. Centuries ago, we had people on this earth and there was a mixture, right? You had, I call them dark and light forces, right? And dark and light forces were equal. There was the same amount of dark forces as there was light forces, and they balanced each other out. Where there was dark, the light would overcome the dark, etc., etc. As time got on and man decided to discover the earth more in depth, you just need to look at the what happened to the Native Americans. They lived off the land, right? History portrays the Native American people as barbaric and pillaging homes and family and killing and but when you look at their story, tells a different story. They still are to this day a peaceful people. They live off the land. They planted their own seeds and crops. They hunted only what they needed, and what they did hunt, they used every single part of. So if they were hunting a buffalo, they would use the buffalo's hide for clothing, for blankets, etc. They would use the bones for tools, right? They would share the meat out so that everybody had a little bit of that buffalo.
I think everybody's mind is so close to things like that though these days, because everything's so handed to you. Like, I've had like random chats sometimes, like with my dad or friends or whatever, and it's like, if you like, no, sometimes like I know some people. I'm sorry if any of you was a vegan or like that, but like, we've had chats and stuff, and I've had some friends who've gone, oh, I couldn't bear like this getting killed or whatever, and it's like, yeah, but say you were stuck in the wild, you had no food, could you kill it? No, I couldn't do that. And it was like, yeah, because you're too used to pre-packed.
Yeah.
You're too used to pre-packed meats. You're too used to like things being fed to you. But if you was living in a society where there was only you to bring in that like food sources or whatever, you would have to do it. Like we're programmed. I feel like a lot of people are programmed where the mind isn't open to a lot of things, not just like you're fending for yourself, like with the meats and using all like the bones and for your like your weapons and things like that, but we're just so programmed as a society to be believing what you're told. So everybody is so shut down and they're not looking at the bigger picture of what things are. Like, oh yeah, it is really cruel that lion's just brought down like a buffalo or whatever. Like, oh well, I'd try and save it. Well, why though? Because that's still their food source. Like, there's a reason why we're on this planet and everything goes round the way it does. But
when you think about it, if you were in the wild of Africa, okay, and you come face to face with a lion, and you're going to say, "I'm not going to eat you, lion, because I don't kill animals," the lion will say, "Well, you're lost then, because I'm fucking eating you."
Yeah, it's you or me.
Yeah, literally, right? So is the lion wrong then for eating a human being? No, right? The lion's bloody starving and you're its next meal, right? It doesn't care whether you've got 4 legs, 2 legs, or a fin or whatever else. If it's hungry, it's gonna, it's survival of the fittest.
I'm a firm believer with the sea as well, because like my children said, like he likes taking the kids in the sea and stuff like that, and I was like, I'm a little bit paranoid about the sea because I think you're entering the territory that isn't our territory. We shouldn't be in there. There's reasons for it, and everybody's always like, why are you so like stressed about it and things like that? And it's like, because that isn't our territory, that isn't our domain that we should be in. Now there's something in me, I don't know why, but there's always been something in me that has been a bit scared of the waters and the things that I can't predict. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you put yourself in a certain situation that is just a bit unpredictable. Like you don't know whether all of a sudden there could be a big wave that just takes you out.
Yeah.
You don't know if you could get tangled in something. I've always had that funny feeling about water. Now the weird thing is as well, like I have lost a family member to water, which wasn't the sea. But I've always had that the waters are unpredictable as well. Like everything about the earth, the outer. Do you know like where they send out signals as well to the outer out of where we are, like our solar system, trying to send out radio signals. Like I always feel a bit paranoid about that as well. Like I don't mean to just go on about it, but I always feel a bit weird about that as well because I always think, do you know the way our Earth is? Like, say we find a new species, what do they do with that? They kill that, dissect it, try to learn everything about it. So, say you send out a wider signal, say you do draw something to our planet. Are they going to be a more intelligent species as well? Because if they can get to us and we can't get to them, but we've just sent a signal, that's a big red flag. Like another thing is the way we do things. If we found something from it outer, like out of our solar system, or we found something new, say even just like an extra planet away, like what would a human do to that? They'd kill it, dissect it, and why do they try to seek so much of? I do get it to a sense because we're all inquisitive, but why are you trying to seek out a being that you don't know something about, and they might be more intelligent, might want to come in, might want to, the way we think about things, say they're just like that, they want to come in, they just bloody come in and dissect us. Do you get what I mean? Or am I just like being a bit, but I don't know whether I'm being a bit out there, a bit nuts or what, but my brain works like that. Like I just think about the not known.
Yeah, Kelly says it scares her too. Yeah, there's more out there than meets the eye. There is a lot of starseeds like myself have this inner knowledge. If you look at the pyramids of Egypt, nobody on this planet knows how they were created. Not even the most experienced.
You can't even make them now.
No, right? You know, the even the architects cannot work out how they made the pyramids and the tombs in the way that they made them, especially back then, because in centuries old, they didn't have the machinery that we have. How did they get all these big blocks, and how did they make these massive structures? And even the placement of pyramids, not just in Egypt, but all over the world. What does that placement actually mean, right?
Yeah, like if they just place it there, so when they do come back, they can see where those placements are.
Yeah, the Egyptian race back then were far advanced than we are now, right? And they decided that they were going to take their motherships, etc. Right? They were actually the first aliens on this planet. Was the ancient Egyptians, all right? So they built these societies and they built these pyramids, and they put them at different places around the world. From outer space, that's a map. Call it a landing strip, whatever you want to call it, right? There are things in these tombs. There's supposed to be hidden tunnels that nobody's ever discovered, etc. Right? For reason, right? You're talking about a higher race. Right, and as a starseed, I know kind of a little bit about this. There is a higher race out there that built these structures. Why? Because they saw the future. They saw that Mother Earth was going to be in peril.
Before the actual Egyptians, I can't quite put my finger on the name of them. Was it the similar? what were they called? It begins with an S, I'm sure it was. Oh, I can't think off the top of my head what they were called. Was it Similarians or something like that?
Yeah.
Like there was one, and the Enoki or whatever it's called. I can't pinpoint what it's called.
So all of these races were way advanced beyond our time, right?
Yeah.
Because they weren't from this place, but they were building a base in this place, right? They had to build that base because they could see well into the future that Mother Earth was going to be in peril, that man wasn't going to look after Mother Earth, right?
No,
So
they
they
weren't.
knew that at some point in the future, they were going to come back and they were going to sort out the Earth, basically, right? And then they send starseeds like myself in to sort of prepare the way. So this is why I don't force my opinions on anybody. I just come onto my little section of TikTok. People find me, I don't find them. I do my readings, I tell future readings, I tell past, present, and future, etc. I try and wake as many people up as possible because, there is going to be a change on this earth. And it's not going to be caused by the wars that's going on in this earth. It's going to be caused by the destruction of Mother Earth. And this is where they're going to come back in. And literally the ones that are doing the destroying are going to be kind of eliminated. And the ones like myself and the awakened are going to be the only ones left. And that in itself is going to protect Mother Earth. Which is why, as a starseed, and some call us starseeds, some call us earth angels, some call us light workers, whatever you want to call us, right? We're astral beings that are living a human existence, basically.
Yeah, like you've got to look at the patterns as well, haven't you, over the years as well?
Yeah.
Like the patterns of the way things have happened, like even before our time.
Yeah.
Like going back to like the dinosaurs, even before then, the way the earth began, and there's a lot
Hi,
more
Debbie Busby.
than there is what
it is very much unpredictable
at the minute,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look at the world around us. Look at Britain just now. Right?
Yeah, they're not really in charge, like the people that, like the prime minister and all that, like they're meant to be the people who we're following and stuff like that. Like they're not really in charge of what really is going to happen to Earth, really. Like
no, they think they are. They're under this illusion they are. But look what's happening in the UK, right? We've got a government that are bringing in all of these people where there's no really space in UK for these people to come into, right? But they're allowing these people to come in, take the homes and stuff like that, fly their Palestinian flags and all the rest of it, right? And people that have been born and bred here are kind of losing their own control over this country until recently. And now you're seeing people all over the UK saying, do you know what? No, enough's enough.
Yeah, and if you just spoke about that about 5-10 years ago, you'd have been called all sorts for saying, I don't like certain things happening at the moment. But if you look back as well, like in like a while back, like when the first, like the NHS first opened and things like that, and you've got all the help with it was built for who was
Hi, Debbie.
in the country. Where now that it's been allowed, everybody being allowed to come in as and when they sort of please, because that's how it is at the minute.
Debbie, Debbie, we're not actually being here. I am anything but racist. But we're not talking about the people that are coming into this country. We're not talking about race. We're not talking about any of that, right? These people are desperate for places to be. We get that. We're actually talking about the governments. The governments are trying to control our country.
Yeah, if you
not the people.
Our conversation before, and I've not seen that comment, by the way, at the minute. I don't know what has been said, but
yeah,
if you'd have come in before, you'd have realised we were talking about the bigger things that were happening like not just on our planet now, the wider universe and stuff like that. And then we're looking at the smaller things at the minute as well, what's going on just in our country, and that the fact that the leaders at the minute of our country, other countries think that they're all in charge, but they're not. Like there's a greater thing happening at the minute, which it's nothing about race. There's always been
I have friends that are all races, all colours, all creeds, and I absolutely am not racist in any way.
People come in, like even before our times. Like, you mean, if you look back in history, there's always been different creeds and colours going to different continents, different countries and stuff like that, and it becoming a newer, a newer, wider, broader ethnicities and stuff like that, and things. We're not trying to be like a racist in what we're saying. We're just saying, like, look at our country at the minute.
It's not so much it's not the people, it's actually the ones that are in power. It's the ones that are controlling they're taking people's rights away. They're taking the pensioners' heating allowances away from them and stuff like that. These people are in power, and it's kind of like a dictator.
Well, you've got to look at our NHS as well, though, because if you think about it, when it first come about, the NHS, that was built just for Great Britain. Now, Great Britain at the time only had so many in the population. Now, once, this isn't in a racist sense, by the way, it's just common sense and truth. The borders have been opened, everything's been broadened to where anybody can sort of come in, and even if you come here illegally, now, it's not just immigration, we're talking about illegal immigration, because there's people who I even know who's come in the country, they're not from this country, but they've had to pay to be in this country. They've had to sit certain things to be in this country to show that they're an English citizen. Now, there's people who are coming in and never had to pay a day in their life to come into this country, and they're getting free NHS treatment, and people wonder why NHS is where it's at. It's not about racism. It's fine to have immigration, because immigration isn't a bad thing. People emigrate to different places, people expand. But when you're doing it in a sense where you've got thousands upon thousands, if not millions, of coming into one little tiny country, now that's not good. And people wonder why the NHS is on where it is, and they wonder why there's the poor, and it's getting poorer and poorer. It's nothing to do with race. Immigration isn't a bad thing, because I'll be honest with you, I love being able to go to my local corner shop, or going to my Chinese, or get me in. Immigration isn't a bad thing. It's got nothing to do with race. I don't know because what you were answering to, but it annoys me when you try to have, like, we were talking about a wider thing before that, wasn't it? It just happened to be that it just entered our vocabulary that we're on about our country at the minute. And I don't know whether somebody took that to an offence, but it isn't about racism. No. Immigration isn't a bad thing. None of us have said it's a bad thing, immigration. It's the illegal immigration.
Yeah. I mean, if we were to let anybody just come into the country without certain restrictions or whatever else, where does it end?
You've got to think about everybody in the country at the end of the day. I mean, some of these people that are coming over, they're not a family. They're not wife, kids and husband. They're fighting age men.
Yeah.
So whether you want to look at that like it's racism, I'll tell you what, if that's what I am, then that's what I am. But at the end of the day, I don't disagree with legal immigration, because people, like, that's not a bad thing. I mean, look at the world. Parts of it is, like, sometimes I wish we could go back to a time where nobody actually went anywhere, because when you sort of look at in hindsight, sometimes you think, oh God, if we all didn't just like go here, there and everywhere, the world would be a peaceful place. But it wasn't either way, was it? Because even when you didn't emigrate and things like that, and people were in the caveman days, it was men fighting other men to think, oh, they're women at that time in their caves. Do you know what I mean? So there's never been peace and light and love, has there really?
No, it's just never gonna be. Look at all the World War I and stuff like that.
Yeah. Even before then, though, Catherine, it's always been The
Exactly,
human
Andrea.
race really is just quite awful, isn't it? You know, when you look at it, it's not a nice place to be sometimes, the earth. Like, sometimes I think, do you know what? I hope there is a greater thing after, because the actual earth itself really can be quite a eerie place, you know.
Look at countries like China and Japan. Now, not a lot of people know this, but over the centuries and stuff, China's only a small island, really, when you think about it. It's not, you know, a big place. And over the centuries, Chinese families had big families, right?
Yeah.
And what became, and China is a wonderful country as far as technology goes. You know, they're quite advanced as far as technology and stuff like that go. So, you know, you just need to look at TikTok. TikTok's run by China, right?
Yeah.
So, all you know, a lot of the TikTok shop stuff will come from China because they're self-sufficient and you know they're good business people, etc. And I've met a few lovely Chinese and Japanese as well. I had a pen pal years ago. Her name was Kiori, and she lived on a rice farm with her mom and her dad and stuff. And we used to write letters back and forward. And she actually visited Edinburgh, and we actually got to meet up, which was lovely. And she was telling me about her culture, and I was telling her about Scottish culture and stuff like that. And she was saying, you know, we had the freedom in China and Japan to have as many of a family as you wanted. But what's happened now in China and Japan is they are overpopulated.
Yeah.
And to the point where the country is overspilling overpopulation. So what they ended up having to do was to bring in laws that each family could only have one child.
Yeah.
To sort of slow down the growth in
Yeah,
China.
didn't it get to the point as well where it was frowned upon to actually have a girl?
Yeah. You know, so you know, it's not just Britain, it's everywhere. It's kind of like where do we stop?
Yeah,
You
where's the
know,
cut-off point?
where's the cut-off point? Because we've got our own, you know, you've got,
Immigration isn't always a bad thing. It's just when it's illegal immigration, do you know?
yeah, when you bring in thousands and thousands and thousands of people into unlawfully into a very small island, it's going to get well overpopulated if it was allowed to continue. And that's got nothing to do with race.
It's like as well, like, I mean, I might sound a bit dodgy when I say this, but it's like as well, if you're not all following what the rules are here as well, that's what I don't like and all, you know, when
Kerry,
you're
I
trying
miss
to
the pen
bring.
pal days. Honestly, I used to love writing actual letters and getting actually letters back, physical letters and photographs and stuff like from pen pals. Nowadays, it's all technology, isn't it? It's not quite the same.
Yeah. It
But
does, it takes the fun out of it in a sense, doesn't it?
yeah, I mean, I had pen pals from Australia. I had one from New Zealand. Japan. Kaori was from Japan. I even had a young lady that stayed in the Bronx, and she was able in America, and she was able to tell me about their culture in the Bronx, which was really, really interesting. I had a lady from Finland and Holland, and it was great writing back and forward because you were learning about their cultures and how they lived, but they were also learning a little bit about you. And I just thought that was magic. That you know
I
you
love
had people.
technology in a sense, but I also don't, because I feel like it ruins the human being and the mind, you know, because I mean, even just like everything's at your fingertips now, to just everybody's always on the phone, like nobody's living in the moment and enjoying the surroundings, like the little small thing. What I was on about before with the positivity and just finding the small things.
Yeah,
Sometimes you're so engrossed in what other people's lives and what they're doing is, instead
yeah,
of focusing and looking at your own life, because you're going, oh, they've got this, they've got that, and they're doing this, they're doing that, and then some people find that really disheartening because they're going, well, I'm not doing this and I'm not doing that, And I find like we as a society, everybody's too engrossed in what other people are doing, and they're
Yeah.
always tied to the phones, which is
Yeah.
I know is a little bit like we're on it now, do you know? So it's a little bit you know, like sort of a bit ironic in the sense that I'm saying technology is a bad thing.
Technology
But
can be a good thing, but it can be a bad thing
yeah,
too. You know,
small doses, I think. Like I remember being at school and loving going to the library, learning about the Egyptians, because I was dead drawn to the Egyptians. I was dead drawn to like the hieroglyphics and stuff like that at school. But I used to love going to the library and pulling out a book about it and looking at the pages, looking at the pictures and stuff like that. Where now it's like there's so many different things on your phone that you might get sidetracked, you know, to something that you're really engrossed in. You might end up going, oh well, I'll start looking at this, I'll start looking at that, I'll start looking at this, and everybody's like with children as well. Like people are bringing up the children, and all they're doing is looking at the phones instead of like, living in the moment of what you're happening with your children at that moment in time. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, me and my partner, when we go out, we don't have our phones out or anything like that. And I remember we went out for dinner one evening and we couldn't believe it because at the next table to us, there was a couple just like us.
Yeah.
And she was on the phone and he was on the phone. And
you
knew by their reactions, he was texting her and she was texting him, and not one word spoken between them.
Yeah.
You know, but you knew by their kind of like how they were thinking. It was like, what did you send me that for? And he's saying, well, you sent me that, right? And I'm sitting there going, wait a minute, here's a couple that are out for dinner and they're communicating over a dinner table on a phone. What happened to the art of let's put our phones away and just have a conversation?
That a conversation is dead, as they say, isn't it, when there's a phone around?
Yeah. You know, whereas me and my partner, we go out for dinner and we actually have a conversation. We never have the television on. I can't do with the television because it's negative. The news is negative. You know, politics is negative. I hate politics with a passion.
I hate the news, to be honest with you, Catherine. I can't stand it.
Yeah. I couldn't tell you what's actually happening in you know in Russia and all these war zones and stuff. I don't want to know. It's not that I don't want to know, it's too negative.
You've not got control of it either. And the thing is, when you've not got control over something, why fret about it? Because it's either going to happen or it's not. You know, you can't predict what's going to sort of happen into our futures at the moment.
No.
You know, especially where like the war and things like that is concerned. It's like we can't prevent it because there is free will. So if they're going to do that, or our country's going to do that, you can't stop that. So why watch it and be fretting about it? It's easier said than done for some people, because I do understand they fret and they want to like look what's going on in the world and things like that. But this is the thing. It's like years back before.
Hi, Wally.
Before full technology was here the way we have it, if it was that bad, it'd come up on like a radio, wouldn't it? Like, oh, I'm just bringing it up now. Like in the radio, it'd go, oh yeah, breaking news or whatever. But it would take something really bad. Do you get what I mean? Where now, if you wanted to watch the news, everything about it is negative.
Yeah.
Like there's no like positive things. There's always this, there's an asteroid coming towards the Earth. When you know what I mean? There's always something, isn't there?
I'm with Andrea. Andrea saying the only time my telly's on is when I watch a movie, like you know, an actual movie night. Yeah, I'm with Andrea on that one.
We're watching a movie or a series that you're into, but world leaders and watching the news and stuff, I'd go against. I can't be bothered with stuff like that.
No,
not a chance.
You know, when you look at the COVID years, you turn on the television, COVID. You turn on the radio, COVID. Right, and it was literally bullying people to stay away from their families. It was bullying people to be vaccinated. It was bullying people to wear masks, etc. And it was to make Britain sicker, not better, kind of thing.
About it, everybody cooped up in the homes the way they was. it's just going to make your immune system lower.
Yeah.
I'm not saying there's not people who's got low immune systems that should be staying away from things like that, because obviously there's people with a low immune system that have to be careful on a daily basis anyway, because you just get a common cold and could be really, really bad. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
We can't stop illnesses coming into our lives and stuff, because it's all part of society. It's, you look in the history of medical stuff, there's always things like that. Now, I'm not saying don't vaccinate either. I'm not saying with COVID, but I mean, like...
Oh, Wally, I'm glad you popped in before bed. We always like to see you in here, Wally.
Because there's people who won't even vaccinate at all, you know, like the children nowadays, because of the scaremongering over the COVID and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing is, some vaccinations are actually a good thing to have, because there's new things coming in now. Like, not new things, old things are coming in now that was eradicated. Yeah. You know, like the measles and stuff. There'd not been measles for so many years or whatever in the country. And then people stopped vaccinating the children. And all of a sudden, that's starting to come in again, where kids and babies are getting really poorly. It's like certain vaccinations, like the polio vaccination. That's a good thing as well, because obviously there used to be people that lived in an iron lung and things like that. If you remember looking back in the history of things, certain things are good, but I think they scaremongered that much with the COVID stuff that it's put people off vaccinating.
As Andrea says, by the time COVID was all finished, what they actually realised that there was no such thing as COVID. It was just a bad stem of flu. It was just a higher strength of flu.
Form of influenza, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
So anybody with a low immune system, like that, has like certain things going on with them, are not going to react very good to it anyway, are they? Like the same with the flu. That can turn into pneumonia and stuff.
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. You know, but I never got, throughout the COVID, I never got the vaccines. I'm thinking, if I don't know what's in it, I don't take it.
Yeah, true.
And I'm not and I never ever wore a mask, because when you think about it, when we breathe in through the nose, we're breathing in oxygen, right? When we breathe out through the mouth, we're breathing out carbon, right? We're breathing out toxins, basically, right?
Yeah.
That's a human need, right? Same with trees.
Yeah, you need that. I just was thinking about trees. I was like,
yeah, right. Trees are
down so many trees to build houses, and we need the trees for the oxygen.
Yeah, because trees breathe in all the nasties and breathe out the oxygen.
So we breathe out what they need, they breathe out what we need.
Yeah, right. Basically, yeah, right. So when you think about the masks, right, they're asking you to wear a mask 24/7 during COVID, right? Yeah. So you're taking a breath in, you're putting a mask on, your mask is covering your nose and your mouth, right? What's happening? You're breathing in the oxygen, putting the mask on, you're breathing out the carbons. Your next breath, you're breathing in the carbons and the oxygen. You're basically polluting your body, because there's nowhere for...
There's anybody who is watching as well, but if you ever noticed, when people were wearing the masks as well, when it comes to a time when they weren't wearing the mask, people were getting really ill anyway, because the immunity wasn't building up and it went lower, with wearing the masks.
Many people that wore masks ended up having chest infections.
Yeah. Because you're breathing back in the spores and the moisture from your mask.
You're breathing back in your toxins. The toxins that you're supposed to naturally breathe out, you're breathing back in. So yeah, you're getting a little bit of your oxygen, but you're getting a little bit of what you've just breathed out. And that's going to pollute your body. It's going to cause lung infections, chest infections, and God knows what else. A lot of people got COVID, or the flu, as it's now known.
Well, at first, like with the kids, when they brought it out for the kids as well to try and push the COVID vaccine.
Yeah.
You know, like we do like the flu one and stuff like that, but that's been out for many years, if you know what I mean. And like the COVID one, I've never allowed my kids to have that. I don't know whether I'm wrong. I don't know whether I'm right. I just know that there was something in me that thought it's not
Yep.
been out long enough. I don't trust it. It was rolled out very quickly. I
Yep.
don't want my children having it.
I had a lady that
I'm
came
not
to me
right
for
to it.
advice. I had a lady that came to me for advice. She lived in a small village during COVID, and she ran out of bread and milk. And health-wise, she couldn't wear a mask, and neither did she want to get vaccinated. She wasn't working. She was just a mum on her own. And she went to the shop, and this lady that owned the shop said to her, "Sorry, I can't serve you, and because you haven't been vaccinated, and you need to wear a mask." And she said, "I can't wear a mask, and I don't want to be vaccinated, but all I'm wanting is a pint of milk and a loaf of bread to feed my family." She says, "Well, I'm sorry, I can't do that." She didn't have a car. There was no buses at that time because obviously with the COVID. And she came home and she messaged me and she says, "I don't know what to do, Lady M. I really don't. How do I get a loaf of bread? It's the only shop in our village." And I says, "Here's what you do. You go right back to that shop and you say to the lady, 'I would like your name.' And if she asks why, you're going to tell her that you are reporting her under the Human Rights Act for depriving you of food and drink. Under the Human Rights Act, no shop, no matter what the circumstances, can refuse you to buy food and drink. You need food and drink to survive. Even through COVID, they cannot turn somebody away because they're not being vaccinated or had a mask that desperately need food to feed their family, and it's the only shop in the village." And I said, "You ask her name and you say you are going to go onto the phone, you are going to get to the Department for Human Rights and you're going to report her, and then come back and let me know."
There was doctors and nurses at the time that even said themselves that they didn't agree with it and lost their jobs because they didn't want to be vaccinated with something they didn't know, and they're actually in the medical field, which I find mad.
Yeah, right. So it was the same thing. So she went back and she said, she came back on and she says, "Oh my God," she says, "it worked." She says, "The lady didn't want to give me a name." And she says, "Well, I'm going to stand here till you give me the name because I need to report you because you're stopping me from getting food."
We're like a sheep society sometimes, aren't we?
Yeah. Thank you for the shares, Mummy Mia. Does age matter? What do you mean, does age matter?
That's what I was going to say. What do you mean, does age matter? Depends what the context is.
Yeah. No, you don't need to be. What do you mean, do I need to be old?
In what sense? What's the context? What's the question for? Like, does age matter? Does the age matter in what?
If you're a child under the age of 16 and you're on TikTok, yeah, very much it does. But if you're over, you know, if you're, in fact, it's over 18. Yeah, you know.
That's what I mean. It depends the context, doesn't it?
It's a wide, that's a broad question. Yeah, that is, does age matter?
Question that you just can't answer. You're still not answering what you mean.
Not you asking, can young be the same? Can young be the same as what? Can young be the same as old? No, it's a different age. I don't quite get the gist of that one.
Oh, it's a Friday night, Catherine. Probably somebody just awake asking random stuff just to throw it out there.
No need to be rude. Yeah. You know, if you're going to come into a polite live,
Yeah,
then,
definitely.
you know, definitely have a little bit of respect.
Well, it's a Friday. Well, actually, it's Saturday morning, really, if you think about it. So some people have been out. They don't know what they're on about.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually muted them. I'm like, no, you don't come on and effing blinding on my live.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
asking stupid questions, really, innit?
yeah.
Prob sees what you're about, and then like, oh well, I'll just throw something in there because she'll just give us the answers now. Like trying to make her think about.
No,
Well,
she
they
did it.
what
No,
we're
we
talking
did it to the wrong person because
about.
you know, you did it to the wrong person. Don't mess with me because I'll just boot you
Yeah,
out, literally.
basically chatting shit. I
Yeah,
mean, we all
exactly.
talk a bit of waffle, but that was just trying to like, I don't know what answer they wanted. Is young better than old? Who knows? Probably on my side. I'd like to still be younger on my body and side, like, but
Yeah. This one keeps on coming in and out. So guess what? Bye, Felicia. There we go.
probably still trying to comment, seeing if they're still muted.
Yeah. Oh, honestly. But yeah, even though I've not got my mods, I'm still very much aware of the chat that's going on.
I'd leave them to it, to be honest. You know what? Sometimes they say negative is sometimes can be a positive, can't it?
Well, I don't know because negative can also get my account kind of, you know, it depends on the content that they're bringing into my live. Because somebody brings a negative comment into your live and
It can bring
somebody
on
else
a
can actually report that comment as hate speech, and then
yeah.
it affects me. So if they're actually coming in with negativity, I just don't tolerate it. I just kind of like, bye,
Yeah, I wouldn't
Felicia.
blame you. Just block and move on.
Yeah. Oh, good night, Andrea. Yeah, I'm gonna. What time have we got? Oh my goodness me, we're on 3:25. We have been chatting for a while, I have to admit. Um, so I'm gonna bring the live to a close. Otherwise, we could actually be talking about this for like till the cows come home.
Oh yeah, there's so much to talk about really sometimes, isn't there, with it? So it is one of those
Andrea, thank you for a
conversations.
lovely evening. Honestly, and to Mama Mia that's just joined us, Andrea, and obviously Kelly and all these lovely people that I've actually met. Um, and obviously for our Emma in the box that has, yeah, you know, it has been, you know, we've had the meditation tonight. We've had a good old chat and put the world to right. I want to thank everybody, honestly, from the bottom of my heart, and our Wally as well, of course.
I think
Who,
people who watch you on a regular as well are thankful and grateful just to listen to your voice as well. It's very soothing. I bet there's been a fair few that have just sat there and actually just nodded off listening as well, you know, because it's soothing and it's relaxing. You know what I mean? So
yeah.
I'm grateful for it, and I'd like to say thank you for having me on tonight. Anyway, Catherine, it's been lovely to speak to you.
Oh, you are more than welcome, honestly. Same with Kerry and Andrea and every lovely to meet all of you. And I hope to see I know many of you have already requested to join my group, and I'm just about to go over to my group on Facebook and add you lovely people to it. This live will get posted in there tomorrow afternoon at some point. So if you have missed the meditation at the beginning of this live, you can always go back to it in the group. For those that have just joined and they're wondering what group we're talking about, it is my Facebook community group. It's for my followers, or for my regular followers that want to kind of. I'm building a little spiritual community with genuine spiritual people that are interested in healing. Some of my Kundalini Reiki clients that come to me on a regular basis for healing. They're in there. Some of the people that book me for full readings are in that group. We've got healers in there. We've got readers in there. We've got, all kinds of walks of people. We've had people that have come out of domestic violence, etc., or abuse, and they're in there because they want to heal, etc. This whole load of walks of life. And in that group, I have many people on Facebook that aren't on TikTok and don't particularly want to be on Facebook, TikTok, but at the same time, they wish they could see my lives. So this is an in-between group. It's kind of for my followers on Facebook and for my followers on TikTok to unite as one and just get to see the lives that they, the Facebook ones can't see. And to feel like they're a part of that community. We've also got a chat room in there. So every now and again, I'll go in there and say, hi, everybody, how is everybody today? And you can have a chat with all them, even if I'm not on chat, because I'm sometimes doing healing work or I'm doing...
Well, for people who are a silent watcher as well, isn't it? Even just to read and to watch and just to sort of like get engaged in that sense as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's nice just
it literally is.
Watcher, whether you just want to comment, whether you want somebody to speak to, it's lovely to have that, isn't it? No matter which walk of life you want or which path you want to take, and that it's knowing that there's other people out there as well with stuff going on or seeking the same type of validation or the peace and stuff like that. It's nice, isn't it? Just to have that as a fallback.
Yeah. And I've also got a public page. So even if you can't find my group, if you go to my public page on Facebook, which is The Old Soul Spiritual Healer, same name as my TikTok one. If you go onto that page, I've got my website. My website link is right at the top of that page. If you click on the website and you scroll left, and it's got a social media page, go down to the bottom of that. It's got all my YouTubes. You can find me on Instagram, TikTok and Facebook. It's got all my groups there, and it's got the link. You just click on the link and it takes you straight to my YouTube, straight to my Facebook groups, my Facebook pages, my TikTok pages, and so much more. Everything that I do is on that website as well. Once I get to 1K followers here, I will put my website link on my bio. I'm almost there. I'm think about just under. Yeah, I'm just about 300 short, so I'm needing 300 more followers to get that website link on here. But until then, you can get my website on my Facebook page, which is The Old Soul Spiritual Healer, and you'll get my community group on that website. But on that public page today, I've actually put a post up with the group link because somebody else was asking me today, where is your community group? Because I want to be a part of your community. So the link is actually on the page as well. So if you can't find my community group, go to the page on Facebook and you'll find it there. And you'll see me and you'll see the lovely Emma on there, and you'll see Gemma and Michelle, and I think Kerry, and everybody's joined it. Andrea, I think, joined it as well. So yeah, it's a lovely, lovely community to be a part of. And I can't wait to see you all there. My next live is going to be on Monday. But I will be doing cards of the day. I'm off to do Friday follow. Every Friday I give a little shout out to everybody that takes time to actually leave comments on my posts here on TikTok, because I know it takes time for you to come over to my posts and to comment, and that means a lot to me. And what I tend to do is when you comment on my post, I'm like a nosy bugger. I have to go over to yours and comment and like and do all the things to yours. That's just the way I work. If you're supporting me, I'm supporting you. But every Friday, I do a follow Friday list. And I will note all the names that have commented from one Friday to the another and give you a little shout out that will boost your algorithm as well. So I'm off to do that. I'm going to add you all into the other group first before I do the Friday follow. But in that group, you'll get all my previous lives. You'll get my cards of the day, and so much more. I'm going to be adding new things in there as well very soon. So there's new exciting things coming out. I'm doing my Kundalini Masters in September. So I'll be adding more treatments in there, more healing options for everybody, for my healing clients. So there are going to be lots of things happening in there. Oh, you're more than welcome. Thank you, everyone, for joining me today. I'm going to say thank you to Emma as well for jumping in the box and putting a brave face on things, etc., and chatting away to us. Thank you to all the gifters. Thank you for the likes, everyone. The likes have just been amazing. The gifts have been amazing. You didn't have to gift, but you did. So I absolutely appreciate every single one of you. Thank you for making this live the most positive live. All my lives are positive, but do you know what? I couldn't do it without you lot. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I've met some amazing people through doing the work that I do, and I just want to thank you all.
Good night, Catherine.
Good night, Emma. Good night, everyone. And I will see you all on Monday. It's live readings on Monday, folks. So if you're looking for a reading on Monday, that's where you'll find me. But I will put a live schedule up probably Sunday. I usually do my live schedules over the weekend and just type them up so that everybody knows when I'm on, what live I'm doing, etc. I'm extending my 3 days of lives to 4 days next week. So I will be live Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Good night, everybody. Good night, Kerry. Good night, Emma. Who else? Good night, Andrea. Good night, Wally. Good night, everyone. And thank you all so much for joining in tonight. Good night, Beth. Love you all.